Hello all, thanks for being here. If you're here, we are going to do the Reverie Roundtable. Oh man, all right, never mind. Me a little while to get here, but we're here. Here we go. We're jumping in.
Wait, isn't the idea that these people are complaining that the immigrants are getting more rights, more benefits, controlling government, and then the English feel like they're being oppressed? So you think the UK government is oppressing the English in order to get a reaction out of them, so they can shut down? Wait, I'm just trying to see if I'm getting it right. So the UK government is oppressing the English in order to get the right-wing English to react. They react. The leftists call it violent. And then the leftists take over. Is that like the playbook? I'm just see if I understand it correctly.
Well, I would say that playbook.
You don't think these people are kind of just like a little bit, just a tad bit like racist, maybe just a little Islamophobic or something? It's like particularly.
No, hold on. Pause.
In England,
pause. Just
a little
pause.
No.
No. To say that I don't think that you're bringing in a new thing and then ascribing that I don't think that there isn't racism. Like,
well, I asked after.
Come on, obviously, I think that there nothing that occurs within sociological movements is ever univariate. There's never one reason that anything occurs at a macro scale. Like, human beings are complex and our reasoning is complex, and we're all different in a lot of different ways. And so there are going to be influences in a lot of different ways. And secondly, to respond to your question, I don't think playbook is the right term. And the reason I don't like the term playbook is because it assumes a conscious conspiracy of a bunch of people working together. And that's not how this occurs. What we're talking about is the natural inclination of ideology. Well, I mean, I came in and they were already talking about it, so fucking whatever.
I mean, it's not bad. I was just curious. I was like,
we were mainly just.
Politics is wild right now, man. Like, people are pumped and not in a good way.
All right. Thanks all.
We'll get into it. We'll get into it when the topic starts. It's fine. But yeah,
it hasn't started yet.
I think the thing to remember with anything, with social movements and ideologies,
Hold on. Well, we save that and let's get started. Hey, all. Thanks for being here. Much appreciated.
That's fair.
We got everyone assembled here. That's really nice. I'm happy to see you all. This is a very roundtable which we have on Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a fantastic group of individuals here. Like, I'm really excited. I think this is going to be a really, really good conversation. But yeah, let's get started. We'll start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, how are you, friend?
I'm good. How are you? Can you hear me okay? Everything coming through loud and clear? All right. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this conversation as well. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for. So we're all good. I'm thinking about getting a new motorcycle. I wanted to bring that up to Corey. I know that he's the biggest fan of this idea, so we can chat about that later. Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking today. You can find me on Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube.
New panel topic.
Lactoid, electric bike. I'm telling you, electric bike. I'm telling you.
No, it doesn't.
Didn't you watch Aiden's stream with Trump today? Electric vehicles, no good, except for the Cybertruck that he gave him.
So no.
Yeah. Can we just admit that the Cybertruck is fucking weird and ugly looking? But like,
I think it's dope
really
looking.
Cool
It's just
on the inside.
Badly built.
It's really cool on the inside, but like the design on the outside is just strange.
I actually saw one last night or 2 nights ago? I went to the movies, and then I came back. I saw one.
Wow.
And that's the end of my story. I'm sorry.
It was like I saw one out in the wild.
It looked like the Warthog in Halo
on TV. I thought they looked stupid on like
which movie?
Images of them.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, it's Deadpool Wolverine.
For sure.
Yeah,
I didn't even know, but I know that's the only thing.
I was gonna say that too. I was I guess
it's the only thing Brian will go to the movies for.
Yeah, sure.
It was fantastic.
But yeah,
just wait 6 months. I don't know why people.
Some people like movies.
It was worth the movie experience.
I do like movies.
Big screen.
I love
people have girlfriends.
Theaters. I mean,
I don't like theaters. But I do like movies. Yeah. And girlfriends. What? Theoretically, sure. But anyway, I only go out for big spectacle movies. I hate getting up. It was awful.
Before we get started, can you move us into the private channel so someone doesn't randomly hop in?
Did I not do that?
Yeah.
No, I'm all over the place. Hold on, let me do that really quick.
You go see what
that, like,
movie
at some point
just
someone will hop in and be like, "You racist motherfucker," or like come in and start screaming the end.
Okay.
That would be funny though. I'm kind of upset that you caught that, Scott.
So
I've had it happen to me multiple times where people can't get my stream taken down on Twitch. So like people will just hop in the Discord and be like, "Open calls," and then they just come in with a mask on and just start screaming the N-word, and then they clip it and then they report the clip. It's like, really, dog? All right.
Been there, done that. That's why we have this VC. But again, thank you for calling out. I know I hate going to the movies. I was gonna go on Friday, but then there was inclement weather in my area, and I was a bit tired. I was like, okay, I'll just like wait for the next day, right? And so I buy my tickets, ready to go. Literally as soon as I step out, right, I get into the car, it's like torrential rain. It comes down. I gotta go to and there's nothing anywhere near me. Everything is like because we used to have a movie theater near me, but that closed years ago. And then every other movie theater is at least a half-hour drive away. So I have to go through this torrential rain, and then like it's intermittent. But then when I get out of the theater, it comes back. The rain comes back, right? Harder than ever. I have to go drive back. And so yeah, I hate going to movies. Like it's super expensive. Oh, even the worst part. This is on me, right? I know you can make fun of me, but I accidentally.
You're black. We know that you tried to sneak candy in the movie theater. I get it.
I accidentally bought tickets to a 3D version, like the worst version to see. Like I was
that's
so
on
pissed.
you, yeah.
Yeah, like I usually cash out because like when I buy the tickets, like you pick like at least all the theaters around me. Now you have to pick your seats, right? Like all the seats were empty. Like there were like I went through a bunch of showings, right? Others like where the middle was all taken, right? And so I was looking for a better seats, and this one was like pretty much empty. I'm like, oh wow, this really one works. Usually I know to check, is that 3D, because we don't want to see the fucking movies in 3D. But I didn't check this time.
Saturday night.
And so I had to watch the movie in 3D. So that's my fucking day. All could be avoided if you simply watched it at home, if you streamed it. There you go. Anyway. Hi Scott. How are you?
Was good.
Nothing much.
Yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. I'm an ANCAP. I'm the last boss of libertarianism. Hit me up on YouTube. Follow me on other shit, but like I'm not gonna be there.
That's a good one.
Quick and concise.
Thank you so much for that. Corey, I used up all his time, the time he usually takes here. But Corey, thank you for being here as well.
Yeah, always a pleasure. It's interesting observing that dichotomy with Scott of like whatever 20-minute opening statements to 2-second opening statements. But there's a balance to be struck there, maybe. But what I would say in terms of movies, I wish we can combine 90s atmosphere, no cell phones, and like current version of movie theaters of like picking your seats. Of like cell phones and just poor etiquette has ruined movies. But I don't know how to solve that problem other than like if movie theaters exist of like enforcing actual rules. I don't know. But yeah, looking forward to getting into it. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv CoreyCam94, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, D10 Dream back with us. How are you doing, friend?
I'm fantastic. Man, it's been a great time. My degree came in the mail. Just finished my master's program. Feel me? We're going crazy right now. Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
And as soon as I opened the mail, bro, I instantly started crying. I was like, why the fuck am I crying? I think it's just tears of joy. And now I'm thinking about going to law school. So Lactoid, about to join your ranks.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
But yeah,
are there more lawyers in law school currently than there are jobs for lawyers?
Yeah, but I have a guaranteed job outside of law. As soon as I graduate.
Oh, well, fuck it, yeah.
Yeah, my sister's gonna get me a job. Nepotism. Anyways,
it's a real thing.
I don't want to practice law. Anyways, I just want to be a lawyer. Just
You supposed to call yourself Esquire? Excuse me, it's Esquire D10 Dream.
Yeah,
that's most people with law degrees.
I mean, because I have a JD stands for judicial doctorate, right? Could I be
Juris Doctor.
So I can't be called Dr. Mansory after.
Oh my God! Please do not have that as a motivation for going.
You can be called a doctor, Juris Doctor. It's a doctorate.
Yeah. All right, let's do it. I'm just kidding. No, but yeah, I'm doing no dream. Hatim Mansory, future mayor of San Francisco.
So and Scott and Lagtwood will blame you for all of the problems. Look at the crime. I knew that guy, right? That's why San Francisco is a hell. And was it 20?
And then they're gonna blame me for it being amazing in about 10 years.
So I got it. So first of all,
what does that even mean? It's a bad joke.
To who?
Dream. First of all, congratulations on getting your master's degree. We love to see people rise and accomplish their goals. I had, but like you bringing it up, it reminds me. I've said this a few times. Like I got my master's degree, but like I never actually got like the degree. Like I don't have the paper. Wow. Yeah, I graduated. That happened. And I paid for it. That happened. But I never actually got the degree. I can't show it to you because I don't have
it. I'm sure you could get it. I'm sure you could get it, right? You just call up the school.
They're going to make me pay for it, and I don't want to fucking pay for it. Yeah.
You got to pay for it anyways. I mean, I
know, but they're going to make me pay more for it. I don't want to pay more
for it. That's one of those things that you pay for. Come on.
Yeah.
No, they should have given me
like you spent the $40,000. You think that like the $150 is like where it stops?
Yeah, and you get the museum glass.
It's a principle, sure.
Yeah,
and you get the museum glass like holder for it too. Like on top of that's like bulletproof. That you got to do that,
dude. My degrees are all still in the fucking mail package that they came. Like they're still in that like hard to bend. Because I'm like, well, this is difficult to bend packaging. So
why the fuck do they have $200 frames?
Well, look, I have like $1,000 one up here. We got like a.
You can get the frames for a lot cheaper. Come on.
I know I can't, but like the official Walmart. Frames of the school is $200.
Just go to Walmart, get like a fucking frame. They're
get the like rose mahogany one with the bulletproof glass.
I don't know about bulletproof.
The bulletproof glass, because everybody lives like Gibbs, where gunshots are going off. Like the rattlesnakes are sneaking down the walls, and he's got to fucking shoot the rattlesnakes.
They're shooting down the degrees.
Listen. Hold on, listen.
Are the rednecks mad?
In Admiral Gibbs's defense, okay, he does mess with a lot of Latina mommies.
You got to be ready.
May or may not take out their rage on anything that he values. So he's got to have that bulletproof glass, He'd rather than key the car than destroy his degree.
Do you know how much of my shit has been burned?
You could just get another degree.
So much. They burn so much.
You are playing such a dangerous game.
It's a really fun game, though.
I'm gonna blame the picker. You're picking him. It's your fault.
Listen, I'm well aware. I take precautions. It's just like with the economy.
Bulletproof glass.
I forget which one of you said it. I think it was the maybe Lactoid. Yeah. It's a principle of it all. I did pay tens of thousands of dollars. I know I don't want to pay $1 more for a degree.
Graduation fee?
Prime. Come on.
That's you want to do the graduation fee?
If I have to, if anyone, so like, why do I have the degree? Why did I get the degree? Right? It's so that I can tell employers I have this fucking degree,
and to show it off to peers and coworkers.
Yeah, exactly.
And flex it on.
You gotta let your balls hang low. Come on,
no,
man.
I'll tell them, and they don't believe me that they're a business, right? But if an employer, what they'll do is they'll call the school, right? That's what they do, like to check. If they're going to check, they're going to call the school. They're not going to ask me to produce the physical fucking degree, right? So what's the point?
This is honestly the point, right? When you it's a psychological thing. When you hang up the degree, when people see that, it telegraphs that you have that degree without necessarily you having to like sneak it in conversation, which might sound a little bit arrogant sometimes. But more importantly,
unless you went to Harvard, then it's always acceptable to tell everyone that you went to Harvard, no matter what the conversation is about.
But I think it's a reassurance.
Someone that went to Harvard.
it's a reassurance in the people that
I think that's okay.
You work with, right?
If you paid a $250,000 to go to school, you should be able to stay at any time.
So, like for example, have you ever been to like a dentist office? I don't like if they hang up their degrees. That makes me feel a little bit more reassured than if they don't. That's just my opinion because they're proud of the fact that they actually
you're not reading the
education.
degree.
Yeah,
they could have printed
you're
that.
not actually checking the degree. That's what I was going to say. They're not actually checking that, right?
Oh, okay, but now that requires actual fraud, as opposed to like most people, which just hang up their degrees.
But then what are you actually being assured of, right? You're saying you're assured because they have the credentials, but you don't know how.
It takes a step. No, it takes a step more to like actually commit fraud, right?
Back to it. As I've said many a times, right? Like, you got your law degree from a Toronto Clown University. It's written in crayon, right?
No.
And so, look, but like, I'm okay. I love you any which way, so I don't, because it doesn't matter to me. But I'm saying that, like, if someone...
Wait, you're Canadian?
I'm going to ask you a very direct. I'm going to ask you a very direct question. Let's say that your degree was a law degree, okay? And we're both
works
lawyers
in America,
and we're competing with one another, okay?
Sure.
And a potential client comes into my office, looks over and sees like all these degrees. Oh, cool! Like I'm considering hiring you. And then they go to your office and they say, "Where are your degrees?" Oh, I didn't want to pay the school the extra $150 because I already paid so much for my education. I don't want to pay them anything more. Who are they going to trust more? Seriously.
That's true.
If I'm a financial advisor, I'm like, hey, don't waste your money on this, right? Like, it's pointless.
No, if you're a good financial advisor,
no financial advisor gonna say that shit.
No, they're gonna say, hopefully we get you enough
that's
money
an investment.
Or even worse, or even worse, they're gonna ask like Scott, like, where's your degree? Oh, it's still in the envelope they sent me. I didn't want to bend it, so I left it in the envelope. Yeah, they're gonna love that.
I have it.
I believe you. But the fact that you haven't taken it out of the envelope is worse.
He keeps it in his nightstand next to his bed just in case you ask.
Why? I'm waiting for my friend to.
You just got it, Jim. Like I'll give you the pass for a little bit.
I'll show you my framed one, so I can brag some more.
You'll wait for them to show off, right? Their educational boners, right? See which one is bigger. Until then,
I think it's in another box. I think it's in a box.
The best.
Where's your degree?
Wait,
I left it in the other box.
Does that say whorehouse college?
It's somewhere.
It
does.
It's
Morehouse. Oh, I heard whorehouse. I was like, damn.
Sounds like a lot more fun, right? Yeah.
I was like, I went to the wrong college.
To be honest, that was our nickname. We did get called that.
Let's go to our main man, Ali. Ali, thank you for stopping by here. It's nice to see you. I love it here. Your hair is like I don't know what you're doing, but it looks good on you.
It
has a mind of its own.
He's doing a 2019 Hot Team hairstyle.
Who?
Him. That's his name. Hot Team.
Okay. You got hair like this? Prove it. I need pics.
Sure, you can go on my Instagram.
They're showing it out. But all right, I go by Sociology. You guys can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Looking forward to getting into this tonight.
Okay, Admiral Gibbs, the one who's always prepared, who's like bulletproofs everything, really, right? Walks around with a vest when he makes love to his woman. He's got one of those stab-proof coats on, right? But like I said,
you need
prepared.
You need an
extra large for that one.
We got tier 3. We got a tier 3 vest. You got to be ready for all these angry people. I got to find like some kind of fireproof one. That seems to be the thing lately. Is them setting my shit on fire, fucking bitches. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Yeah, I'm Admiral Gibbs. If you want to learn how to be extra toxic and make money, I can't tell you legally about the second one, but I can tell you how to be toxic. And that's me.
Thank you. Moving on to our good friend Bam, who's a bit busy at this point, so we're just gonna pass it. We'll get to him later. Next we have Ghosty. Nice to see you, Ghosty. How are you?
Hey, what's up? Ghosty, as said, spelled with a 6, and YouTube and X.
It seems like you are like A/B testing which room you do this from. Like every time.
Right? Every time, yeah.
Yeah.
I know. Monday nights, my boyfriend plays like in a Counter-Strike League thing or something. I don't know. He has games, so I try to like go to a different room from my. And I have better service in this room now, so I just moved. So yeah, we'll see where I land.
Good girlfriend. That's a great. Give like a round of applause for that one.
But hold on, but I was gonna say that, but you don't know.
She's not my girlfriend. What the fucking give her applause for?
Fair enough.
Give her applause for being a good girlfriend. We gotta celebrate the good
why
ones.
don't you know what he's doing though? Right? Like,
Huh?
are you sure it's Counter-Strike or not?
Oh no, I know it's I don't know if it's like a league. I don't know how that works, but he just plays like games with his team or like I don't. Yeah, he's playing a game.
He's playing,
and it's not like a practice thing. So I like to give him like space, and he's probably going to be loud and yelling and all that shit. So
that's fair enough. Fair enough. All right, thank you so much. Bam is back with us. How are you, Bam?
I'm all right.
Did you get bad news? Like,
no, I didn't get bad news. Women just drain like life energy out of you.
Hallelujah, man.
Amen.
No, we know that.
Like it was like, hey, what are you doing? Oh, I'm doing it in the middle of my show right now. Oh, okay. Oh,
that's just the worst.
Like, it was like, okay.
Oh my god.
I'm sure they sound exactly like that. Great impression.
Like 15 minutes went by, but it was just nothing. It was like,
you sound like that African dude that's like, I am the fastest writer in the world, and I have with me the fastest speaker in the world. Have you seen the video?
I've seen.
You've seen the video.
It's hilarious.
Okay. All right. So thanks so much. We have 2 topics today, again, from my friend Scott and no one else here. Topic
Appreciate
1. You. Last week in England, a 17-year-old boy walked into a dance party or a dance class, I'm not sure which one, but a dance event for young girls and began a horrific knife attack. As of now, 3 young girls are dead, with many others critically injured. In the wake of this incident, misinformation began to spread online that the assailant was an immigrant Muslim man. This was exacerbated by misleading AI-created images. Credible reporting has revealed that he was most likely Christian, that he was born in Wales, UK. However, he was indeed the son of Rwandan immigrants. But the false rumors helped spark violent and racist protests across the UK. What lessons should be taken from incidents such as these? Should the demographics of the assailant become a political talking point? Or should we blame this on mental illness, which can strike anyone? Do you find it troubling that far-right reactionaries have been using these incidents to gain political power across the West? And if you were in charge, how would you respond to such a crisis? So yeah, it's unfortunate. I had, as a person who like consumes the news a lot, I had only become aware of this actually last night. What had been happening across the UK, and I hadn't heard about this knife attack previously. But yeah, it's serious, and it's a very strong reaction that's happening there. And we could talk about this particular incident, but the point of this question was to like have more broad view of these things, because these things happen. Like I was thinking for our particular election, right? Because it's already been so freaking crazy, right? And like Democrats are on an upward trajectory, right, with Kamala Harris. But things are going to happen, and an easy thing that could happen between now and then, like an easy prediction, is that an immigrant is going to do a thing, right? An undocumented immigrant, or maybe just a documented immigrant, whatever, right? Is going to do a thing, an illegal thing, probably going to hurt someone. Out of this country of 330 million, someone's going to do a thing. It's going to get picked up by the news, and then the other side is going to run with it, right? We'll have an incident like this probably between now and the election, right? And then they'll hang this on Kamala Harris. And, well, is that fair? But we got to talk about undocumented immigration. It's an important thing. Or the place of immigrants within our society. There are too much of them or not enough of them, right? So I do want to have a more broad conversation, but we'll see where it goes. Lactoid.
Yeah, so I guess the first thing I just wanted to say,
you're very loud.
Oh, I'm very loud?
No,
it's okay though.
Yeah,
you were to me. Maybe I need to put you down.
You're more quiet, Bam. But
the volume down. I'm not put Lactoid down.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure that might happen, but we'll see.
I'll put you down.
Okay. The first thing I want to say is I want to condemn the riots that are happening in the UK right now. It's pretty brutal. I've seen a lot of destruction of private property, a lot of destruction of public property, and I think it's wholly unproductive. And not only do I think it's wholly unproductive, but I think that the message is going to get lost in the violence, and I think that a lot of the people engaged in it are going to be punished pretty substantially, especially by the UK authorities. So don't do that. But more importantly than that, what is the writing about? Right, that's the real question. In this particular case, we had a knife attack by a kid who killed 3 girls, very little, and injured like 10 more, I think, with serious injuries, and then injured 2 adults. Pretty substantial attack. And the kid comes from an immigrant background, right? Both the parents are from out of the country. Now, Europe's experience with immigration specifically is substantially different than the United States experience with immigration. The U.S. experience with immigration has actually been relatively benign, and it's very difficult, I think, for a lot of Americans to understand what Europe has been going through over the past 10 years. Right? When you look at the stats, there's a lot of stats that demonstrate that Mexican immigrants or South American immigrants are very benign. Right? They have relatively low crime rates. They have relatively high productivity rates. I know that there's conflicting data on that, but most of the mainstream data seems to indicate that Mexican immigrants and South American immigrants have relatively low crime and high productivity. This is different than the mainstream numbers on refugees and immigrants coming into Europe, which shows the exact opposite. In almost every European country, all the ones that I've been able to take a look at, I would posit, I can't think of any exception. The immigrants going into Europe have a much higher crime rate than the general population by magnitudes. And a lot of the people there kind of have their lives sort of disrupted relatively quickly, where all of a sudden you have a bunch of refugees or immigrants moving into an area, the crime rate skyrockets, and a lot of the people there no longer feel safe going out in the street anymore. Anecdotal, but this has been the experience of my family in Sweden, right? As some of you know, half my entire family's in Sweden, and this has been their experience as well. So, and you really can't talk about it because if there's the insinuation that if you bring up the fact that there's this violence that's perpetrated all the time and these incredibly high rates, and really very little being done about it, you're deemed a racist, you're deemed a bigot, and you're sort of silenced through a tremendous amount of social pressure. And I think that a lot of people react violently, which is what we're seeing now in the UK, when that sort of pressure builds, the sense of this is happening to us and we can't say anything because otherwise, society will deem us evil. And then, it hits a tipping point, not to justify the rights whatsoever. Again, I condemn them completely. But just when we're looking at an explanation of what's going on, that's what's happening. I do think that, yes, we should condemn the rioting, and no, not all immigrants are responsible for the deaths of those 3 children. But I do think a conversation does need to be had in Europe specifically as to a very candid conversation as to, holy shit, the crime rates are very high among this particular population, and we keep bringing them in. Maybe we should reevaluate that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Scott.
Yeah. So first and foremost, just like Lactoid, I would like to condemn the hurting of innocents on both sides, right? Because obviously there have been Muslim gangs that have been beating up random people on the street for being white, but that is to a much, much, much smaller degree than what is occurring. Attempted burning down of hotels with people in them is monstrous. I will not condemn, nor will I support, for reasons on Twitch, burning down police stations and things like that. I think you can infer quite a lot from the fact that I'm an avid anarchist. And I do think that all politics is violence, and I'll leave it at that. Lauren Southern had a really good post about this with her unique experiences. And I think I kind of feel the same way, which is I want to feel worse than I do. And it's kind of like a 50-year-long I told you so. And it's kind of difficult to feel a lot of feeling for the violence that is occurring, because so many of us on the right have been saying, guys, your policies are creating racial tension and division. And you are doing this and you are laughing at us while we do it. And you are banning us from social media. And you are having in the UK, the police go door to door to people for having Twitter posts for being Islamophobic, right? You are locking up people like Tommy Robinson, and you are creating a state-based media narrative to shut down the discussion of how this is a problem. And you have created this powder keg. And the people have done everything they could. They voted for Brexit, right? They obviously, there was a labor shift, et cetera. But it has been a problem that is long time coming and is starting to blow up now. I don't know how far it goes. Another thing, you have to recognize that this is a special kind of retarded form of immigration. So number one, you're bringing in mostly military-aged young men from war-torn countries. That's a bad idea. Right? It's a bad idea to bring in too many of those. Number two, it is predominantly Muslims. And while Islam is in and of itself not this grave threat to the West or anything, it is a political ideology as well as a religion. It is the only one of the major three that has for it, governmental policies, law that it feels needs to be instituted, and an expressed desire for reestablishing an empire or the caliphate. This is not true in Christianity. There are Christian anarchists and Christian nationalists. This is true to a much, much lesser degree with Judaism, though it is true. Assimilation has been done in the worst way possible in the United Kingdom as well. Their policies have been horrendous. We have had for years studies that show that multiculturalism, when it is two cultures, tends to cause racial division and violence, right? When you put blacks and Asians in a small population in New York, what happens? Racial division. When you put a predominantly white population with a predominantly, Middle Eastern brown population, what do you get? Racial division. And yet when you have four or more, such as in Singapore or such as it's common in America, you have much, much less racial division. You have a multicultural society as opposed to an us versus them, because there are two groups with different cultures that tend to fight. Research has shown this over and over and over again. And so what they did is they isolated immigrants into small towns, forcing out the native population, such as Luton and Rotherham. I think Rotherham is fairly famous for the report that showed that the police were helping and aiding and abetting, raping gangs that were kidnapping and using young girls and were actively fighting against fathers and keeping them from saving their children. And no one went to jail for that. Nothing happened. And they have not established order of law. They have kept people together in racial communities, and they have not addressed the fact that they have isolated Pakistanis in small areas and small populations, which has led to increased inbreeding than what occurs even in native Pakistan, which is obviously going to cause drops in IQ and increased violent behavior within those people because of the rampant inbreeding that is occurring in the Muslim population in small towns in the UK.
We're all over the
specifically.
place. Are we there?
Yeah, so I'll finish it with the last one, which is what we ought do, how we ought look forward, and like how do we where do we go from here? And it's high time that people that believe in individual liberty, people that believe in private property rights, people that are not the extreme right social conservatives recognize that we're going to have to distance ourselves from the right, and we're going to have to start to call out the growing fascism that is going to occur on the right, because the left has pushed it there. And I was saying before, the reaction is the real action. Every bit of fascism has always been preceded by leftism, communism, socialist revolutions, and we're seeing it again. And we're going to have to start to distance ourselves from the right, because we're going to see more fascism and we're going to see more violence. Because the left won't fucking stop, and the right knows nothing other than a club, and it's unfortunate.
Hey, thank you for all that, Scott. Now we'll go to Corey, the communist, right? So I'm sure you can explain yourself why you're driving the right to do what they're doing, right? If you could apologize for the behavior of the far right, I'd be appreciated.
Yeah, my sincerest apology. And to what Scott was saying before the panel in the conversation with Gibbs, yeah, Prime, we should have hidden our playbook better. Okay, this is all part of the playbook, right? And so we'll do a better job at hiding it. But yeah, apologies for putting the playbook out there. But I'll try to keep it brief. And that's a hard opening statement to follow. But so whatever it goes without saying, I guess, violent racist protests, bad. But there's, as I think to Lactoid's point, a conversation should be had. As much as I'm on the left, okay, I'm not for open borders, as they say. And just as I think there should be a conversation about immigration in Canada that is like nuanced and evidence based. I think probably the same thing has to happen probably in the UK, where in terms of the prompts of like what lessons can be drawn from or taken from these incidents, I think there's many of them, but at least one of them is like many people are looking for an excuse to, air their frustrations and anger, and they will use something based off of false information to, get those feelings out. Those feelings are probably coming from somewhere, and they should not be ignored. But at the same time, that does not justify, violent and racist protests. But, that sentiment is there, and whether it's justified based off the actual evidence, I'd be curious as to what Lactoid's numbers in terms of the crime rates, where if it's actually different, I'm open to that. But I've seen something more mixed. But I'm open to more data. And ultimately, how would I respond to such a crisis? At the end of the day, I don't know what the answer is. The best I can do is hopefully hear what these people are saying and see what the evidence says and try to form policy based off of that. But I don't think there are any real easy answers here. But I could just be an idiot because I'm on the left. But I'll leave it there for now.
Thanks so much, friend. Next, T103.
I think the lesson should excuse me. I don't know. I think one a consistent lesson that is often being emphasized throughout the panels that I be going on is that it seems like a lot of people lack fundamental understanding of critical thinking, logic, and general philosophy. And so it is one of my life's missions to try to implement philosophy in as many places as possible, especially in grammar school, primary school, up until college, where it's like a barrier of access in college to actually learn the critical thinking. Where I feel like it wasn't until I took those courses in college where I really felt like I was a true critical thinker in terms of getting rid of all the bullshit that I was believing all the way up until probably 18, 19. And then I had a fresh slate and then had to reevaluate what I actually do believe in, what I believe for good reasons. The reason I say this is because I think a lot of the hatred or the angst is essentialist towards a certain demographic, whether it be because of someone's religion, the nation they're from, the skin color they have, when really it's a culture thing, which is not essentialist, right? Meaning that some people of some group have some of this culture, and so to essentialize it, be therefore all people of this group or whatever. I think that's the problem, and the media is also another problem. So the AI images or the word of mouth or unverified or people being afraid of the truth and being first rather than being right, that's another problem. And so I don't think it matters what the demographic of the assailant is. He's because there's nothing you could have prevented. There's no policy that could be implemented that could have prevented a random act of violence. This is just impossible. You're never going to prevent a random act of violence. You may, you're just never going to do that. So even if they came legally, and these are immigrants, I'm not sure if we have a status on their legal status, whether they came here legally or not. So I just don't know what policy you could have and why it would matter that this kid is a Rwandan or a son of immigrants or anything like that, or it doesn't matter. And the conversations do need to happen. I think there's a culture of over emphasizing no over application of the word racist or over application of calling somebody racist. I think maybe that has something to do with a lot of people being afraid to be called racist. What I think it's okay to be afraid. I'm afraid to be called racist because I wouldn't want to be a racist. And I wouldn't want other people to have that opinion of me. Yeah, I think it's a reasonable fear, but I think people take this fear too much. So like, hold it in. Oh, I don't want to be racist. When really it's a lot of self-introspection should be also involved. And if I was in charge, how would I respond? Honestly, like I said, I would just like implement education in, and as soon as possible, get these niggas out of there, arrest them, try to like do a media campaign to correct the matter of facts. Because even as you've seen, even if you point out the facts to people, a lot of them are just like, no, you just. So I think like as fast as possible, media. I'm talking about social media. It's physical media. Put it on the walls. This nigga just mentally had nothing to do with who he is. Something like that. If I was in charge. Besides that, obviously the philosophy classes in primary and middle school and high school. Yeah, there we go. Done.
Thanks so much. I appreciate you, friend. And just quickly, we have from YouTube, Spag a €2. No, £2. Fuck, I do it all the time. It looks like an E. It looks like an E, right? The pound like sign looks like an E. A £2 super chat. Most of the knife crime is survival, not malicious. So I guess this is a response to
they Brexited so they didn't have to have that confused with the Euro and Prime symbol no
surviving
more.
Surviving what? What are you surviving? Are there rampant bears in the fucking in the streets of London that define with knives categorized as knife crime?
Those 3 little girls, they just had money that he needed to survive, obviously.
Right. It's a survival-based knife crime.
And Gibbs, they never pushed the Euro.
Well, you better extra get it right now because of the Brexit. All right,
yeah,
you gotta show them their respect for their tea and crumpets.
I do.
I'll give everybody the respect to do their opening statement. I just had to. That's just funny to me.
No, it's fine.
Survival-based life crime is crazy.
We should be able to respond to super chats, guys. If you have a super chat, if you're out there in YouTube land, we will respond to that. And I did so, Corey, in a timely manner.
You did,
yeah,
because the panels we haven't been on air for more than an hour, or less than an hour, so on time.
I'll accept that. Let's go to our friend Ali.
All right, so I'll be repping for the Muslims and the Arabs. I have the Muslim merch on today, green and white, for everyone. But I feel like we've heard this story before. A group of refugees go to Europe. The Europeans don't like them. They're not assimilating quick enough. They hate them. They try, they're gonna round them up and kick them out, which is we saw how it happened the first time. We want to see how it happens the second time. I understand why people in England have a problem with all the immigrants. Okay, I get it. It makes sense. I think the issue isn't the conversation, but this is going to be annoying. It's how the conversation is being had. It's always, well, the Muslims are doing this, the Pakistanis are doing this, the Afghani. These group of people come here and they're just fucking everything up. And it's like, well, kind of. But these are groups of people who didn't want to go there. Considering where they're coming from, they didn't want to go there. If they were fine where they were at, if things were fine where they were at, they wouldn't want to move to Europe in troves, especially England. England isn't like the prime European country to want to move to. So it's just the conversation needs to be had of well, okay, these people are here, they're causing problems, but what is the reason? Is it the demographic? Is it the culture? Or is it the fact that these are refugees who are coming, not necessarily assimilated, can't really assimilate quickly, don't necessarily want to assimilate, but you're just kind of forcing these groups of people that you brought over to do what? And then you're just having a bunch of, you have the people of the country who are obviously going to be irritated when the jobs are going and they're hearing they're taking our jobs and so on and so forth. I get it. But the conversation needs to be had better, not just, well, no, the Pakistanis are just, clearly they're inbreeding and they're fucking, and this is just the people that, I mean, to Scott's point, you brought up the fact that they're putting them in smaller areas. I'm just saying, have a better conversation about it in general, And then yeah, things maybe you don't have riots in the streets.
Thank you so much, man. Gibbs.
I gotta say, I'm really, really glad that Prime said he wanted to talk about this point generally. This is due to the fact this topic really opens up a smorgasbord of conservative talking points that I'm excited to cover. First, it was a knife attack that killed multiple people. This just proves guns aren't the issue. What a surprise! What a surprise! It wasn't the guns. If someone would took their old knife, started shaking people, multiple people died. Lordy, lordy. I guess it wasn't the gun's fault. Secondly, if someone in this place had a gun to defend themselves, good guy with a gun would have taken them out just like they did whenever the Texas did the Draw Muhammad contest and they took out the terrorists that tried to kill the people there. Amazing how that works.
That was a
good guys with a gun solving problems. You're welcome, UK. Learn from Texas. We're better than you and we know it. Third, I do want to talk about how demographics do matter, as Prime brought it up earlier. We have in the opening, whether or not it mattered, they do matter. We've had this issue here where the treasonous Biden-Harris admin has allowed the border to be opened up, and American citizens have been raped and killed by illegal aliens that were locked up and let free by this administration. In fact, we had a bill put forward called the Lake and Riley bill, and the treasonous Dems shut that down. I'm just saying it's clear that this is a collusion across the board, across multiple nations. I know it might sound a little Alex Jonesy, but it sounds like he was right. Oh, again, they're sitting here trying to do the great replacement. It seems like it's going full swing, and people are surprised when they're mad about it. Wow, shocking, crazy. Let me just read you some statistics that Greg Abbott put out today. Y'all ready for this? Breaking! Per DHS data provided by the Judiciary GOP between the fiscal years of 2021 and 2023, I don't know if y'all know who was in office side. No, that'd be the treasonous Biden-Harris admin. At least 99 illegal aliens on the FBI terror watch list were released into the U.S. after being arrested by the Border Patrol at the southern border, and another 34 watch-listed aliens are still in DHS custody. Additionally, DHS data is provided to the committee reveals terror watch-list aliens from at least 36 different countries have been apprehended at the southern border under the Bias-Harris admin. He didn't add treasonous, but we should just go ahead and add that in there. Treasonous admin and whatever. Including Afghanistan, Iraq, Lebanon, Kyrgyzstan, I don't even know what this word is, Mauritania, where the fuck is that? Pakistan, so yeah, who gives a shit? It's some other country that's not here. Somalia, Syria, Tajikistan, Turkey, Uzbekistan, and Yemen. Let me tell you, those aren't in Latin America if I can't pronounce the name. I'll tell you what, it's amazing how well these people are coming from in droves, and they go, oh, when the 9/11 hijackers came on passports and visas. Wow, that doesn't explain that we have an open border where everybody can just run across it and problems are going to be caused. Yeah, absolutely. The people in the UK should be pissed about the immigrants coming in and took her job. No, they should be pissed because there's more sexual assaults. They should be pissed because there's more stabbings. I mean, clearly they took away the guns, and now they're just getting stabbed in multiple things. Clearly guns weren't the problem. It's the immigrants' problem. That's all I have to say about that. Moving on.
Okay. All right.
That's all?
For now.
It seems pretty expansive. I don't know what more you wanted.
I just want to say, quote, if I can't pronounce it, it's not in South America. It's fucking is a banger of a
dope. I love it. Bro. How is Admiral Gibbs not the best? Whether you agree with him or not, how is he not the best? Like, audience, like, in case you're not like subscribed, or you haven't like hit the follow button on Twitch, in case you haven't done that, don't do it for me. Right? Do it because I bring on Admiral Gibbs all the time, and he's just the goddamn best. Right?
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And when you get going, you're actually like really good at public speaking. Actually, like, dude, I was really like, I mean, it's inspiring.
Very Alex Jones-esque.
Yeah, I was about to say Alex Jones will hire you. 100%.
Yeah.
Except I have higher tea than Alex Jones. Maybe I should start selling my tea supplements. Have you seen his weak ass beard?
We need proof of that. I want numbers.
The beard right here, the number of hair follicles here versus not
doesn't
here.
mean anything.
Yeah, that's a lie. Fake news.
All right,
Fake news.
We're gonna move back.
I'll post on Twitter that said the beard means you have more testosterone, Corey. So
well,
I posted it, so therefore it must be true.
Done. Bam. Thank you. Please, we'd love to hear from you.
Okay. I don't know how I follow that up, but I'm gonna give it.
I had to follow inbreeding.
That's true.
Yeah. So
Tough pill to swallow.
when I looked at this issue, I knew absolutely nothing about it. Which I'm still nowhere near, like, I still know very little about it, but I think it would gave me a starting point from like zero to like looking to see what was going on. So it's complicated for a number of reasons. Like the UK's population size isn't comparable to the United States, for obvious reason. So whenever they're taking on population sizes, like I think they have more of a grievance than Americans have, just because we have so much land. I think people who in the United States who generally make complaints about immigration, like a lot of them have never even ran into an immigrant in their life. They just hear about it on Fox News, so that's what they care about. But it's not like a tangible thing. But the UK is kind of like, this one island. So I believe that they're actually having experiences with people with immigrants. Now, when I looked into the specifics of what these like when I was like, oh, okay, are these immigrants actually having like crazy high crime rates? The only immigrant group I found that seemed to be true for it seemed to be Caribbeans, actually, Caribbean blacks. But Caribbeans are such a low portion of UK's population that that probably throws off the numbers to some degree per capita. And it makes it to where actually they don't really care about that. The
Super
when,
sad.
yeah, when I was looking at like Pakistanis and different like brown people, basically,
South
and
Asians.
yeah, their crime rate seemed to be at or below the average per capita and below like the white crime rate per capita. So I was like, huh. I was like, okay, that doesn't, at least from a data standpoint, that doesn't seem to be, the main reason. Now, again, more people there committing crime in general is going to be a problem, but it's not like they're committing some exorbitant amount of crime. It seems to be about, like I said, about average for the coast. Something that is true. The other argument people were making, it was like, oh, okay, are they actually taking jobs? And then I looked at the unemployment rate for a lot of the South Asian and Muslims, etc., and they actually were underemployed. They seem to have somewhere between a 9 to 11% unemployment rate, which unemployment is bad for populations for a number of reasons. We know it can have negative externalities to it, but there were a lot of UK citizens that were making the argument that they're coming in and taking the jobs when UK citizens unemployment rate is like 3% right now. It's unfathomably low. Like they actually do need workers to come in and need workers to come in specific industries. It seems even more so healthcare, especially a lot of the native population doesn't want to work in healthcare, and the native UK Englishers like population is getting older. They're not they don't have children at the same rate. So I think um the average age of a native disappeared. The average age of a native from the UK is like 8 or 9 years older than the rest of the population. So I that led me to believe like, oh, okay, outside of the economic benefits of bringing in immigrants, they actually need them just from a works to keep up their population. Um, so all of that led me to reading this unfortunate story about this young guy. And they found out that, oh wow, this is a brown person, and they went on to attack mosques. Why did they do this? I'm sure there's a number of people who have like all their own justifications and negative externalities. But what I really had to come to at the end of the day is the UK kind of doesn't like brown people in their country. And that's even an argument you can make, because these people aren't necessarily willing to shift on and attach themselves to the native culture, whatever that sounds like. But it's not necessarily that these people are bringing crime or doing all these horrible things. They just behave and exist in a very different way than what England's used to, and it's causing them to be. I mean, it's causing the natives to be kind of racist, which again you can or cannot justify depending on how you want to look at it, but we can go on from there. That was kind of long.
No, thank you. You're fine. Spag sent another £2. He says you need to get most of these people to understand the word most, right? So referring back to their previous super chat, saying most of the knife crime is survival, not malicious. So that's their reply to the rest of you. So
Yes,
there
Scott.
you go.
He just
Um,
means it's game related.
I would like him just, he can DM me. He doesn't have to send another $2, but I'd prefer he give you another £2. And just give a link to a single knife crime, which would be one person stabbing another person that isn't malicious
What if it
and
was to
isn't
save
justified self-defense.
100
It wouldn't be a
people?
it wouldn't be a
Hey,
crime,
man.
bro.
Well, yeah, you're talking about justified. You're
How
saying
the fuck
show
can
it
you
when
say
it's
it's a
not
knife
justified.
crime that's not malicious? It's just what are you surviving from? Bears? I repeat what I said. Like, what the fuck does that mean?
I dare you to stab a bear and tell me.
I think
how
it's
that
weird.
works
I
out for
mean,
you.
what you're asking for is like you're saying, show me one, but you can't use one of the justified ones.
He's
And show
saying
me
that
it's
it's
justified.
that's the
No, I'm
point,
saying
Bam.
give
It's
me just
logically
one.
impossible.
No, it's not. No, he's saying don't send me one that's justified. And
By
No,
definition
wait,
of
wait,
crime,
wait.
he's saying the
You're
definition
you're
of
you're,
crime
you're
means
missing
epic.
something. You're missing something. What the person who donated money is claiming is that most of the knife crime is like, oh, he had to do a robbery to feed himself or whatever because
No,
the UK doesn't have a strong enough social safety net. Apparently, he had to use a knife.
I get that. I'm not missing that, but that's still malicious to just rob people with a knife.
He wouldn't think so. This person wouldn't think so. This person would say there's the knife crime in which you just have like a random attack, and then there's the people who rob people with knives that also stab them because they need the money for whatever in the UK that the government doesn't give you for free, which I don't know what that is. But
I was being vague to get £2 more for Prime Guys. Okay, I was trying to trigger this person, not be fucking charitable.
I think,
because fuck them,
should probably
and they're
let the women
stupid,
speak.
and we should get more money from them. Okay, like just play along sometimes.
Don't assume.
I'm cooking that right now.
and
You're
before-
right. I cannot assume.
Don't
Golly,
assume, man.
I got to work on that.
That's why I put
we need to
mine
do
up
it.
here.
We need
that
to
guy
do
needs
it.
money. That guy needs money so he doesn't commit a knife crime, Scott. Okay?
Ghost.
We
Have you tested your chromosomes lately?
Oh my god!
I don't care about that anymore.
Before Ghosty goes in, we have to let another man's voice speak. Soyaddle with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Soyaddle. I hope you're still out there. And it was only 10 minutes ago. All right, Corey.
Good.
Corey.
On point.
Gibbs is being so soy right now. The
Oh.
IBA is going to let him fight with women. So
that would be fair
that's
according
true.
to the Olympics.
All right. Well, it kind of dovetails with what Bam just said.
What's the meme? Islam is right about women to trigger the left. It's like the new, like, it's okay to be white. You just say Islam's right about women, and then you force leftists to be like, no, Islam's wrong about women. Be like, oh, so Islam's a problem? And then just watch their brain break.
Oh my god.
Just
Super
like
chats
saying a
are
man can be
welcome. We will respond to your super chats. I'm on top of it today, firing on all
Promptly.
cylinders. So
You're setting a high bar. Now, if you miss one, like it's game over.
It'll happen. All right, now Ghosty, best for last, obviously. Ghosty, please we love to hear you.
Okay. So I think that the far right is using this to basically they're exploiting this act of violence to push their agendas because I don't see how this is related to immigration at all. And honestly, I think they're so desperate for it to be related to immigration. They were putting out false news about it, or I don't know if they were false assumptions, they were purposely done, and they were just jumping on it to, exploit an act of violence to create more violence to push their own agendas. And I think it's funny. Like, I feel like the right does this a lot. Like, they complain about Me Too all the time, but as soon as an immigrant rapes a woman, it's like, oh, all of a sudden they super care about rape victims and shit. It's like, I just think they really, they're just using this for their own agenda. Do I think this has to do with immigration? I don't know, because we don't know. What I think doesn't matter because we don't know. I'm pretty sure his parents. we don't know. We can assume that his parents came over here legally. He's a second generation immigrant. He was born in England. So he's Rwanda is like a vastly Christian country. So I don't know how this would have came from his ideals. I really just think this is a grab for them to try to relate this to immigration to push their own political agendas, and I think it's really disgusting.
So much open to the
That's
panel.
actually a really good answer.
I want to
So,
say that
wait,
if
what-
he
don't
is from
see-
Rwanda, he was just embracing his cultural history of genocide via knives. I mean, isn't that what the Tutsis and the Tutsis did
Yeah,
back in the day? They committed
Jesus Christ.
massive genocide with
Jesus.
machetes. That's what they did, right? I mean,
Yeah,
So-
like the British.
So
like the
I
British.
watched.
He could be indulging his British culture that he
I
was
watched some
raised
UK
in for
people
17
talk.
years.
I watched some UK people talk about this, and so yeah. So what happened was, the kid, they find out the kid is Rwandan. They go and they start attacking mosques. Presume he's brown. He has to be a Muslim, even though Rwanda is 90% Christian, 2% Muslim. So like they were really playing the lotto on that one. The justification
Okay,
I
hold on.
heard,
Let me-
the justification I heard was all of it ties in to immigration in general. They don't want Muslims. They don't want brown people. It's not that they don't want anyone that isn't English. And so the justification that people are using that, well, no, the kid was born in Wales, so on and so forth. The people that were part of this riot, well, their argument is just because you're born here doesn't mean you're English. And just because you're the fact that your parents came here, right? And you were able to be born here is a problem that we don't want. And that's like the justifications I'm hearing, is that anything other than English they don't want. And it does seem to lean specifically towards like brown Muslim.
So hold on. So I think this is like, I don't know if it's a nasty trick that you guys are playing. I don't want to ascribe
Nasty.
it to that, right? Right. But the concept of like individualizing the case is kind of silly, because what we were talking about is growing tensions over the last 50 years that was exacerbated in the last 20 years, right? Like throughout all of American history, revolutions, political mobs, like, I mean, like we could do the same thing with Black Lives Matter, right? And we could look at the George Floyd case and we could say, well, actually, as more data came out, it appears that it might not have been the fucking Derek Chauvin completely. It might be the fact that he was on fentanyl. And when you look at another video camera from a Chinese restaurant across the street, you can see that
But that
the
wouldn't
narrative
matter.
about. Right, it wouldn't exactly.
Well, who brought the
right?
fentanyl
Because
here?
it's because it was a powder keg of racial tensions between the way that people felt about policing in America. The individual case is just the spark, right? So when we're talking about like, why are these people doing this thing, and it's like it's all misinformation. It's like,
This was the
even
straw.
if this case. Right. This is the straw that breaks the camel's back. And it's like, yes, you are correct that there are right-wing grifters, and there is a destruction of journalism that has started since the 1990s, where we used to, every single publication used to only publish a story if they had one named source on the record and two unnamed sources. And then Twitter came out, and all of a sudden journalism and news became a fight to see who could get the breaking news the fastest. And they would put out bullshit and lies constantly, and part of it because they're liars, and part of it just because they want to get on the story. So it's like, I agree with you that this person is almost certainly not not Muslim, right? And that the attacking of the mosque and saying, well, it's because of this act, would be a retarded line of logic. And I agree that there are right-wing grifters on the internet that put out misinformation and put out shit that's not true just to get engagement, right? They will intentionally put out shit that they know is untrue just because they want more fighting in the comments, because it will boost them in the algorithm.
Wait, you think there was no connection to him being Rwandan and them attacking the mosques in the same, like after finding out? Like, do you think those were separate events?
This is the second time before the panel, and again, where I've stated where I state something and then you say, wait,
well, I was
think
trying to
this,
clarify.
and I'm saying, right, like I don't ever do a univariate analysis. There are going to be retards in every camp that do retarded things, and then there are going to be people with multiple different desires and goals, etc. Like, no, I'm not obfuscating. I absolutely agree that there are going to be white supremacists here. I absolutely agree that there's going to be, to a lesser degree, people that have a problem with all brown people. And then I think to a larger degree, there's going to be people that have a problem with immigration in general. I think there are going to be peaceful protests, right? And then there are going to be violent, horrific protests, like individuals that are just looking for a reason to burn down fucking hotels with women and children in them. But what I'm saying is that this actually game where we go, well, actually, this story isn't a Muslim. Therefore, why are there even protests? Like, what is even going on? It's like the Rotherham report. The fact that 14.8% of the entire United Kingdom population is a first generation immigrant that is not a native citizen. We have 10.4 million immigrants, and a fuck ton of them are improperly assimilated second generation immigrants that have grown up in a town where their entire culture and community is still basically where they came from and are not properly assimilated. And when you look at that number over the last 30 years, it's somewhere between 15 to 20 million in a country that has less than 90 million as a population. It is an insane percentage of people. This is a powder keg. And so, yeah, I mean, like, this case isn't the prettiest case, but I don't care if it's a pretty case, because I don't want people fucking rioting anyways. I'm not looking for a reason to justify it, but we have to actually talk about the issue. And the issue isn't this specific case and whether or not it's Muslims. It's about the policies, the quote unquote will of the people not being followed with Brexit. The fact that no one went to jail after the Rotherham report came out is one of the greatest travesties in Western history ever.
Do you think that they have?
Well, then why politicians? Why attack the civilians? Why attack? Why the in-group fight?
Did I not start this off by saying I condemn the destruction of all of these things, but I don't necessarily condemn attacking certain political buildings and police stations? But I can't say much more than that on
because
Twitch
the
and
follow-up
YouTube.
question is, why do you think they're immigrating so many people? Is it just to cause tension? Like, what do you think? Do you think the government?
I think it's multiple, right? Like, I think it's left-wing ideology. I think it is, as you said, social services are strained because first world countries' population and birth rates have gone down, and I think a lot of that is due to socialism, and a lot of that is due to industrialization and moving into neighborhoods as opposed to being in large knit family communities where I think there are a ton of reasons why birth rates are declining. But I think what you have is social situations like the NHS, for example, are based upon a premise that we will have an increase in population, and therefore we can take care of the aging population. And it's the same in the United States with Social Security. The problem is that the population is not replacing itself. And so these systems are going to collapse because they are promising, healthcare for life. They are promising housing. They are promising, their own forms of retirement plans. The UK is a little different because they have like mandatory 401k type systems. In a lot of places, it's actually a little bit smarter than ours. But even still, there are a lot of reasons for that. Like, so some of that is going to be conservative. Some of that is going to be protecting the socialism that they built. Some of that is going to be leftist ideology, and multiculturalism is our strength. There are a lot of factors here, but they have led to horrible policies that have been destroying communities, and the response to that has been for them to silence them, use the police state to silence them, to attack them, to call them racist, to go door to door and demand their TV license so that they can continuously be propagandized by state-run media. And we've been warning about it for years.
So let's move on to Bam and then Ghosty.
Yeah, this doesn't have to be a Scott answer. Anybody can kind of speak to it. Like, I agree and acknowledge that I agree and acknowledge that the migrant populations, however they get there, first, second generation, whatever, are having a shift in the culture and the way that the cultures of the UK in these locations. And I understand exactly why native populations who would have issue with that. But my thing is, my question is generally, does anyone feel like a country has a right to that? I understand that a country can make a decision to maintain to insulate its culture, but does a country have a objective right to maintain its culture?
there's no such thing as an objective right from a country's perspective. As a nation only has the rights that it allows itself to defend. Meaning that if I'm stronger than you and I can invade you and you fail, then nothing cares about your rights. Whatever right you have as a nation, if you could do it and your population won't revolt and there's no revolution, there's no whatever, then whatever. Yeah, it's basically
take away their guns and you can do a lot more.
Self-defined. Rights are self-defined.
That's right.
For sure. The only reason I say is because I feel like the crime and the other things, like I said, everything I've looked up just seems to be that, like, yes, they exist, but not in a rate that's like ridiculously off from the native population.
So the problem with that is, so we have a similar problem in the United States. It's worse in the UK in the way they track crime statistics, especially when they do it by race. They intentionally, they started with just calling them all Asians. And then eventually you'll find tons of reports.
They?
I found breakdowns based on ethnicity and stuff too.
Politicians.
It just still seems
they're not
media,
complete
right?
breakdowns.
I'm not talking about like fucking the Jews, if that's what you're trying to fucking insinuate. But no, we have a similar issue in the United States, and it's an issue of data collection. And so here's the problem: is government, databases on whether or not someone is or isn't an illegal immigrant they only have some level of accuracy, right? They can be really good and reasonably accurate, or they can be really bad and really inaccurate. And so what happens when we collect crime statistics based off of immigration is we will send the data to determine whether or not they're an illegal immigrant. And a lot of times you will have, they won't have any information on them. And so it'll be inconclusive. And so it gets thrown into the inconclusive category, or it gets thrown into the native population category. And so what you have is you have crimes that are being committed by immigrants that are then reported as crimes that are being done by native born citizens, and therefore it artificially lowers the immigrant crime statistics while also artificially raising the native population. The best stuff we have is in Texas, because Texas is the only state in the United States that has the government then step in, and the state government then continuously tries to find that data. And in Texas, what you'll find is somehow magically in Texas, illegal immigrants commit rapes and murders at way higher rates, like orders of magnitude higher than the native population. But in the rest of the country, they don't. The problem again is that doesn't mean that immigrants in Texas are the same as immigrants in the rest of the United States. Because what happens in Texas? Well, the people that are in Texas are people that don't leave.
Sure,
right? Stay near southern border.
Further and further away from my question. I'm just saying that, like, the best data we have out doesn't seem to point to that.
Well, sometimes you have to actually explain data,
because I think that even if it was all perfect,
you can't just.
Sure, I'm saying that this is what the data says, and I'm saying even if all that was perfect, I still don't think these people want the immigrants there. So can we just address that?
I'm explaining why the data is likely inaccurate.
The ball I gave you. Somebody stay in the ball I gave you. Lactoid, do you want to do that, or do you?
I was in the ball you gave me. Data is complicated, and this is pseudo. No, this is anti-intellectualism. This is you don't want an argument where we actually talk about data.
I'm asking you
because it's too boring for you.
Answer a question based off the framework I gave you, and you just said that no, your framework's wrong. Because I think so, and there's these reasons
and then I gave it and explained the data and explained why the question is problematic.
But that's not my question. I want somebody to answer my question.
Yeah, I proved your presumptions within the question.
Could you repeat the question real quick?
I'm saying that based on the data that exists, the data doesn't point to there being an exasperation of crime among like Muslim immigrants. They don't seem to be that dramatically higher than the native population. And when I say native population, I mean white people.
They don't seem. I explained why that's incorrect.
But
I'm not allowed to.
You're just
because
guessing.
you gotta stick within my framework.
I do want to move past it. So
I want this lived experience bullshit. I want data.
I'm not. You doing a lived experience thing. I'm saying that you're appealing
the data that he has.
No, I'm not.
But you're saying the data that he has is wrong. Where would you get the correct data from?
I have data that links immigration to crime in other countries.
So we're going to, after Bam asks this question, I'd like to want to Ghosty.
I think I heard
Corey Gibbs.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but I still think that these people generally have an issue with the shifting culture of immigration, regardless of crime. I just don't think they want their culture to be different from the traditional British British culture, and I'm
You can
saying
They
answer.
just don't want their
Do they have
daughters
a-
raped, and they don't. And they want someone to do something about
Lactoid
it.
can answer that
Now they're all
question if he
rapists.
likes,
Again, you
and
don't
then
have
we'll
to
move on down
you
that
just
list.
feel
There's
like-
no white rapists.
I never said they were
English
all
rapists in the
rapists.
UK.
Hey, we have limited amount of time here.
Yeah.
Come on.
He's saying that they have an unreasonable
Hey.
belief that they're rapists.
Okay, Lactoid, do you want to answer the
It's
question?
not
or
unreasonable
Yeah.
after the Bother report.
Stop it. Lactoid, do you
So
wanna
fair
ask-
enough. It's fair enough. So I'm going to address a couple things.
Prejudice.
So the first thing I'm going to obviously I try to build bridges, right? Bam, I know what you're looking at, and here's a couple things.
Just don't do it with tax dollars.
Here's a couple things that we have to deal with when we're looking at the data. Firstly, the UK doesn't take crime data by country of origin in the same way that other countries like Sweden do, which is a major problem, right? The Tories proposed this earlier this summer. It still hasn't gone through yet, so we don't actually know what the breakdown is. I'm guessing you're looking at the BBC article, which is indicating that, hey, we've broken down by number of foreign nationals, over 10,000 in prison, out of a total population of 85,000, and that, hey, when we look at these prisoners, we see that very common nationalities include Albanian, Polish, Romanian, Irish, and Jamaican. It's undoubtedly true that there, like a lot of these countries, especially Polish and Albanian, there are connections with the mafia there in terms of funneling in contraband. This is also true in Sweden as well, right? The Russian mafia funnels in a lot of explosives, guns, etc., in order to commit crime. The problem with this data, though, is I think that the glaring issue is it doesn't have it broken down by nationality, and it doesn't have it broken down by crime type, which is critically important, right? Wouldn't we want to know, like, oh, what are the kinds of crimes that these different people are arrested for? How many crimes did they commit? Right? Do we have one person who committed 18 crimes? Well, they're going to be counted as a prisoner, just like the Polish guy who committed tax evasion potentially, like he might be in there as well and counted just as a prisoner. So until we actually get the actual breakdown of the data, which the Tories are trying to get, by the way, they're trying to propose this, we won't know for sure. All we can go off of is the European countries that actually do track this data, like Sweden. And the data in Sweden is just it's open and close, right? You take a look at it. Just overwhelmingly, it is the case that foreign-born nationals and the children of foreign-born nationals who are born in Sweden have much higher crime rates than the native-born population or children born to native parents. It is just inarguable. The government of Sweden acknowledges this. They literally put out like things saying, "Hey, we know it's true, but we can't use this to blame all of them," right? Like we're serious about crime. We're going to tackle it. And I can send you that data too. We could talk about it.
I believe it about Sweden.
Yeah.
I just was not talking about Sweden. I got you.
Well, I know we're not talking about Sweden, but again, Sweden's recording crime in a way that the UK just isn't right now, and so it's difficult to deal with UK data given that we don't have enough specificity.
But you acknowledge there's a possibility that it could come out that they aren't.
It would go against the trend in every European country that is recording it, but it is theoretically possible. But here's the other thing. Here's the other dishonest thing that some researchers on the UK crime data are doing that I think is just ridiculous. Which is they'll say, "Hey, look, crime is going down and immigration is going up. Therefore, obviously, immigrants don't contribute to crime." But the big issue with this, though, is crime has been generally going down since the 90s. It's been going down dramatically in the U.S., by the way, with the rise of the internet, the removal of lead in gasoline, the removal of lead exposure generally. And that doesn't necessarily mean that crime, our immigration and refugees aren't like a positive crime pressure. It just means that there could be other negative crime pressures that are removing more crime than perhaps the crime is being added from refugee groups. Again, in every developed country, you see massive declines in crime after the 90s, with obviously some exceptions if there's like civil wars or particular issues in that specific country. But just general trend, right? You see declining crime. A lot of that has to do with the internet. So I think the data is difficult to work with, but all the data that we do have does seem to indicate that, like, yes, it does seem to be like a heightened crime issue. I agree with you that culture is also probably a part of it as well, but there is going to a heightened crime issue. Last question.
I answer the culture part. I'm saying
also
like,
the
if there was
report.
0%, if there was a
why are we not
0%
talking about
crime
that?
rate, okay, if there was a 0% crime rate, I still think that there would be a significant portion of the population. If these people didn't want to,
There'd be some. Wait, hold on. There would be some. There would be some. I don't think it'd be that much, but there would be some. The last thing I want to ask for the people in here. Let's just say that a report is done on these UK riots after the fact, and it discovers that less than 50% of the people involved were involved in any kind of violence. Would you guys categorize this as a fiery but mostly peaceful protest?
Say that one more time, please.
Yeah.
If it turns out, let's say they do a report on this, and most of the people in the UK protests right now were not involved in violence. Let's say like 60% were just like they didn't commit violence. Would you categorize this as a fiery but mostly peaceful protest?
No, that's not how protests work. Like if they're a mostly peaceful protest speaks to the majority of protests had zero violence, and then you had some protests that had some violence. But like
well, that
mostly
appears to be the case currently.
Yeah, if you're talking about
that
the
appears to be
one
the case currently.
protest, if you're talking about the one protest that happened, or is there multiple?
And you have like
protests that
40% of the people.
There's protests happening all over the UK, right?
There's like 35 simultaneous protests going on like at any given moment, and like one or two of them will have violence.
I
think
think
that doesn't excuse the violence, right? Right.
Yeah,
so just another thing about the crime data, very quickly. You know, we already know.
If no one wants to answer the question I asked.
What was the question?
I'm gonna finish very quickly.
I'm waiting my turn.
I'm gonna finish very quickly. We know from the Rotherham report that at least one town, the police were actively doing everything they could to hide and push under the rug crime. So even if the crime data is showing that there is a lower crime rate, we don't know to what degree, but we know that there is a proclivity of the police to hide crime and hide crime data. So the data that we have might, even if it's not diversified or broken down by cohort and demographic, is still likely to be not as accurate as it should be because they're hiding data.
We gotta move on.
Go to Ghosty. I'll try again because I failed.
Yeah. So we're gonna go to Ghosty, Lactoid, Corey Gibbs, and Dream.
You're gonna go Ghosty, Lactoid, Corey Gibbs?
Okay.
Yeah, because
Lactoid just spoke.
Yeah, go to Gibbs.
Because Lactoid was on the list before.
Yeah,
right?
Corey, you're talking
he
way
was
too much.
answering Bam's
He skipped
question.
the list.
Like Jesus Christ.
Okay. I just wanted to point out this is exactly why trying to tie incidents like this with like whatever political thing, in this case it's immigration, is counterproductive. And specifically this is the far right that is pushing this, right? Like that's out there doing the riots and stuff, like at least the violence, and they're the big people
Do you have any
on
evidence
Twitter
of that other than claims by the media?
It's actually the way they calculate the violence of protest in UK is different from other countries. When we look how they do it in other countries, if the UK would do that, we would know that it was.
I'm just asking, do you have any evidence that the primary driving force of these protests is the far right?
It's how they calculate.
I mean, based on Twitter, yeah. Based on like
Twitter,
who's engaging.
That's not evidence.
Based on the people who are on Twitter and like interacting at the protest.
He needs a study. He needs a study right now.
Shape or form representative of reality, right? Twitter is representative of the loudest voices and the most bombastic people that are the most politically engaged. And your Twitter feed is going to be mostly Americans, not actually UK people. Because I mean, I'm not saying that it isn't the far right that is predominantly pushing this protest, but I'm seeing counter evidence, such as the IRA and the Protestants and Catholics and workers' unions all working together. Are they all representative of the far right in their protests? Like, I think you're just saying it because it's a touted line of NPC talking points. Like, I don't think you actually have a reason to reasonably believe that it's just
if you're
the far
literally
right.
If you're literally throwing bricks at police officers and, setting cars on fire and shit, I would say that's pretty far. Like, you're pretty far at that point, right? If you're actually inciting riots.
Would you consider the Muslims that are beating up random people on the street for being white, would you consider them far right, or would you consider them a different group that is driving protests?
I'd consider them extremists, probably, yeah.
They're far right for sure.
Okay, so
but
so when you say far right, you mean the
this
Muslims as well? Political white nationalists in the UK.
All right.
So the far right is basically everything you don't like.
Scott, let her make her finish that.
Fundamentalist Muslims are absolutely far right. I mean, I know
what.
Right, I'm just breaking down the bullshit of this term of far
conservative
right.
Muslims
are not in the far right category.
He's conservative is what he's trying to say. They're conservative.
Yeah, they are.
Guys.
Fundamentalist Muslims.
Let's let Ghosty get it out, all right? And then you can tell her how wrong she is on everything. All right, Ghosty, please.
I'm just, yeah. I'm just saying, I really think that, I mean, how this started was like with misinformation from the far right on Twitter, and that's where all the protests started. And they're trying to tie something that's unrelated to immigration to this, and I think it's actually really counterproductive because I think there actually are issues with immigration, and probably especially in the UK. But this just causes division when it's like totally unnecessary, because now people are arguing over this when you could just be having a conversation about immigration, but instead you're trying to tie something that's totally unrelated to it. And they rarely are just like desperate for any kind of act of like, oh my god, his parents are from Rwanda, so this will totally help our political agenda. Let's just like jump on this and say it's like this is immigration problem. This is all just like a political problem. I think it's counterproductive.
How many people are involved in the conspiracy to lie to the entire population of the United Kingdom and maintain this lie to push forward active?
You want an exact number?
To talk about. Well, no, it's like you're making a claim that there is a conspiracy of people that are using misinformation to mislead.
Wait, there was AI, right? And he's not Muslim.
Conspiracy of people,
right? What the intelligent thing to say here, right, which I've already stated, and it's perfectly fine and commiserate with this, is that yes, there are grifters and there are people that put out bullshit, but what you were talking about is a powder keg of issues that have been building up for 40 years. The individual case has very little
unrelated
to
to this, though.
With what's happening. It's
not related to this, though. So how is it like
so far,
you're trying to make it related for your own political again? It's just like, see, this is exactly why I've been right. This is exactly why.
Okay, so I'm trying to tie it to say that it's exactly why, but I don't need it to be tied or untied for that very reason. What I'm saying is that these political tensions exist, and it is just waiting for a catalyst. That is how every revolution, every major political coup, and things of that nature happen. It's not one thing that sets these things off. It's just
we could be talking about knife violence instead, or we could be talking about mental health or something. Instead, we're talking about immigration. We don't even know what caused this, but we're just automatically saying it's immigration because of this
because nobody's concerned about the one fucking attack. They're concerned about the giant riots and the buildup of tensions and problems over 40 years. This is just the little thing
by
that has set it off. That is not the cause of misinformation.
Yeah, because it's really unrelated.
There are a multitude of people. Okay, if you go out and you just ask these people, are you aware of these basic facts? I guarantee you that a majority of the people that are protesting will recognize that this person, that they now know that this person was Rwandan and isn't a Pakistani Muslim from Luton, okay? But they don't care. And the reason they don't care is because that's how this shit happens, is that you keep kicking down a group and then they try and fight and they feel frustrated and they feel unheard and they feel their communities breaking down and they feel like they have no other option left but violence. And yeah, that's how.
Because of misinformation, though. That's the problem. That's the problem. They're mad over misinformation.
So Ghosty.
And now
see, this is the Mott and Bailey. No, this is the Mott and Bailey of bullshit. You're trying to tie one individual case to all of the fucking problems. You're the one tying things together so that you can make it all misinformation.
No. I'm gonna try to move this along. All right. So Ghosty. So what our friend Scott's trying to say. Is that like when we have these moments in time, right? Like when there is a spark that causes a big event.
French Revolution, right? Let them eat bread. That was never even happened. That was misinformation that caused the French Revolution. So why even talk about the French Revolution? Let's talk about why let them eat bread is false.
He's saying one, it doesn't matter what the cause of it is, right? But like it's what the environment that it happened in, right? So like let's kick it back to the US for the George Floyd protests, right? Like if George Floyd died in the exact same way, he's videotaping all, people see it, it doesn't have the same effect. There aren't people marching on the streets for like months at a time if there isn't a sense of like a racial tension between the police, right? Isn't this narrative among the population that the police are dangerous to African Americans, right? Like that, it happens within that environment, and then that causes it. Even if, right, we found out later on that instead it was black cops who killed a white man, right? And somehow we got that wrong. I don't know, misinformation, right? Even if that had been the case, it doesn't stop the protest. It doesn't stop
Like
what
Kyle
happened
Rittenhouse.
previously, because this is an expression of like of that frustration, right? Rather than like that specific incident being the problem. What do you think of that?
I just
His name is written
I just
Hero,
don't know if
by
it's
the way.
even,
Right.
Ignore him.
I just
ignore
don't
him.
even know if it's even warranted because it's not. It just doesn't even seem related. So I really think people are just jumping on anything and trying to use any excuse, just again because for their own political reasons.
I get what
So-
she's saying. I think what she's saying is just because people, even though people have this perception about what's going on, it doesn't mean that their perception is true. And so because their perception isn't actually true, therefore that it doesn't make sense for them to even have this reaction in the first place, and which led to that. So what she's trying to say is the
Right, it's a Martin Bailey.
the misinformation that's happening is their belief that somehow their identity is like the cause or relevant to why somebody did a certain thing, when it's probably a bunch of features, just like how a lot of men are, or how a lot of women are like, I hate all men, or like fuck men, or etc. Just because it just so happens to be a disproportionate amount of people who are committing a crime happen to be men, and just because a disproportionate amount of certain crime is happening in one certain demographic, doesn't mean it makes sense to be prejudiced of that certain demographic, especially when the vast majority of that demographic actually isn't committing
we got to
heinous
move
crime.
because we have a limited amount of time here. So let's go to Lactoid, Corey, Gibbs, Dream, Ali. And quickly before we do that, Bam, thank you for kindly gifting those subs, right? At some point in the past. What?
I owed you. I've been messing up the last few things, so I owed you some.
Oh, thank you, dude. You've been incredibly kind. Consider supporting the channel. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. If you want to support this content, you've been enjoying it so far. If you have Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming, consider using that. One free sub here. But yeah, let's go to our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just finish up quickly on the prior line of questioning. When I asked, like, let's say 60% of the people involved were not involved in any kind of violence, would that be a fiery but mostly peaceful protest? Some people said no, because it doesn't go by the amount of people involved. It goes by whether or not violence happens at a protest, which is interesting to me, because this would indicate that, you have a giant protest. If one incidence of violence, now all of a sudden it's a riot. Maybe, but let's just work with that definition for a second, even though I do have problems with it. Let's say that we use that definition, and even under that definition, 49% of the protests actually have a incidence of violence recorded there. 49%, 49.9%. Would you call it a fiery but mostly peaceful protest then?
Who are you asking?
Bam specifically. I want Bam's answer.
I knew it. Yeah, I don't think I could do it.
Answer the question, black man.
I feel like when we use most, like, colloquially, we're talking like 85, 90s. I feel like we're
75 and up.
50-50. I feel like using most colloquially doesn't really seem useful.
Okay, so like 75 and up, roughly, is what you're thinking?
Yeah, that's what I would say.
90.
You would say 90. So if 80% of the protests were violent.
I think, yeah, like,
there's a video.
They should hold their standards to BLM. Wouldn't BLM like 96%?
Sky News actually had had their own mostly peaceful protest incident. There's a report, you can find the video. There's a reporter on Sky News where she's just lambasting the far right and the whites for all of their protests and everything. And then as she's saying that, there is a group of brown individuals with bats that are ready to go counter protest or do their own thing. And they surround her and they have to cut off the feed. and it's like the exact same moment as him being like mostly peaceful protest while on CNN when there was a burning building behind him. I just thought that was funny that,
and I don't think it's
the disparity in reporting in the media is
see that.
I don't think it's like a one person acts out of the crowd thing, but I do think like a lot of people made the argument that like January 6th can't be considered a riot because less than 5% of the people were rioting. But like if you're talking about like 200,000 people, like 20,000 people rioting is a pretty significant number.
I mean,
Well,
it's subjective, but
agree
it's
with
held in
you.
fear, right? So it's like it's not about whether or not one person gets injured, right? It's like it's things that occur at a protest that cause us to feel like it's a riot, because there's no real good definition of what is and isn't a riot compared to like people marching on the streets. But it's like when a building, when a Greg's is one of the stores, grocery stores that was looted in the UK, for example, right? It immediately in your mind you're like there's rioting happening, right? Like there's looting happening, like there are these things. So it's not
as
really
soon as
about
the law is
percentages.
broken, it changes from protest to riot, right?
Well, I think you can have and another thing about like mostly peaceful, like so for example, when Dr. King marched on Washington, there's never been an example of a more peaceful protest because it was mostly silent during the walk in the middle of the street with basically nothing occurring until they got there, and everyone that was leading the protest was in suits, right? And if you compare that to, let's say, an actual peaceful protest, right? For example, when my mother was in downtown Richmond, she had people threaten her with guns and proclaim that because she was white she shouldn't be in this area anymore because this was for them, and she had to come live with me in my house for a couple months, but there was no reported crimes that occurred there, right? So it's like it's the most white girl thing I'm going to say on the panel tonight probably, but in a lot of ways, like whether or not a protest is considered peaceful is kind of a vibe. And then there are certain objective things that push it towards this was obviously a riot, but like, January 6th is a great example of that, where like percentage wise, you might not compare it as a riot, but if you watch certain videos of certain areas, it's obviously a mob fighting with police and like they're throwing smoke canisters back and forth and they're being pushed back. Whereas other places are just chill people standing around. So, I mean, like, yeah, I do think it is a subjective thing there.
I can give you the legal definition, by the way, for vibe here is just aggravating factors, right? This particular gathering of people had enough aggravating factors like involved that we would call it a riot. If it has a lot of aggravating factors, we might call it an insurrection. If it has a fuck ton, now it's like a civil war.
Let's go to our friend Corey, Gibbs, Drink, Molly.
So like my Canadian friend Lactoid, I too try to build bridges. And so bam, I guess rewinding a bit, I think you asked, at least to me, a pointed question, but I'm biased, where I think you asked the question of like, correct me if I'm wrong, but like largely like, does a country have a right to protect its culture or something to that effect, right?
I answered that question already, man. You talking about nobody answered your question? I answered that.
Well, you dealt with like the idea of like objectivity.
You asked that question.
I understand that, but that wasn't the meat of what I was speaking to. I believe I agree with you. You did try. You did absolutely. I'm sorry about that. You got it. But Corey, yes. What do you think about that?
I think I'm in a somewhat unique position where, and also maybe interesting and ironic, where I'm in Quebec, okay, a French-speaking province in Canada that literally tried to separate from Canada at one point, held the referendum. That was like deadly close. Because literally here in Quebec, we have language laws. We have literally a language police that we spend money on. Of like, if French writing is smaller than English writing at a restaurant, well, you're in trouble. Because
they're serious about that shit.
Yeah, because protecting French culture and French identity is super important to Quebecers. And I can, as an Anglophone, okay, I'm the type of person that like most French Quebecois hate. Of like, I'm Anglophone, and I've largely been surrounded by Anglophone communities all my life, and I haven't assimilated into French culture, even though I've been born here. But I understand sort of where the sentiment comes from. Where the sentiment comes from, where at one point historically, like Quebec did not have, let's say, as much self-determination as it did now. It's largely controlled by the English-speaking world, and then as a result of the Quiet Revolution, okay, Quebec wanted to take matters into its hands, and that's why Quebec identity, French Quebec identity is super important to them. Now, whether that's good or not, I teeter back and forth, but I think Quebec does have some right to I think they go a little bit step too far to my own detriment as an English speaker. But like, I understand where they're coming from, basically. And I think Quebec tries to strike a balance, but I think maybe not the greatest balance.
I just want to be clear. I didn't answer that question only because I didn't want to get into like hardcore ANCAP shit and derail the stream. Right? Like, fuck the government.
Stick with the inbreeding.
They have no right
That's
to
the wheelhouse.
Well, it's an important part of the discussion is the inbreeding. I know you want to meme on it, but it's a problem.
No, I'm not. I'm memeing on it in the sense that,
I don't give two fucks about the inbreeding. I'm gonna be honest. Like,
I mean, my answer kind of.
Well, I mean, if you want to solve this problem, right, you're gonna have to figure out what is causing inbreeding.
Oh God, listen, can I go?
Inbreeding is a serious problem. 60% of Pakistanis in the United Kingdom are blood related to their spouse, and 37% are first cousins.
They're marrying
So you've heard
cousins.
of wow? Listen, Fabian, I know that you're
that's
upset
a
about
problem.
Listen, I know that you're upset about British Alabama, but we got bigger fish to fry than British Alabama. All right, like let's fucking move on from there, Papa. So actually, both Ghosty and Fabian are actually. I'm gonna get to it. Just listen. Pipe
Why
down.
is that not a problem?
Pipe down. Let me talk, Papa. Let me talk. I've listened to you talk for like 30 minutes now. I've been quiet and good. So listen. So both Ghosty and Fabian are actually right about two different things, right? Fabian is right about it doesn't matter which specific fire starter incident is the thing that causes XYZ event. You know, like let them eat cake caused the French Revolution. You know, like Tweedledee and Tweedledum caused the end of the world. Who knows? That doesn't matter what we got going on with the one specific event. What Ghosty's right about is that we should be talking about the real issue. The biggest issue is the wholesale public gaslighting by the left. That's what's happening. Let's talk about immigration and some stats. I know that the UK is real bad about how they do this, and I know the United States is also real bad about stats, but we can look at the rest of Europe instead. In France, President Macron claimed that half of Paris crime is committed by foreigners, either illegal immigrants or waiting for a residence permit. Wow, half. Okay, half, more than half of the capital. All right, Sweden, we brought that up earlier, has something like, there have been 447 murders committed in Germany. Oh, this is Germany. Hold on, we're gonna get to Germany in a second. We'll talk Germany. 447 killings and murders by illegal migrants in Germany last year. All right, crazy. All right, Sweden has something like 60% of their rapes have been committed by 58% of men convicted in Sweden of rape and attempted rape in the past 5 years were born abroad. All right, this clearly shows a trend. Let's go to Texas, since Texas is the only state that's telling the truth here in the United States. We have over 310 classified illegal non-citizens committed over 745,000 criminal offenses, which included arrests for 1,598 homicide charges, 92,960 assault charges, 20,860 burglary charges, 90,000 drug charges. I'm just kidnapping, theft, the list goes on and on and on and on. And then the left wants to sit here and turn around and go, wow, immigrants don't actually commit crimes at the same rate as natives. That's just a lie. And they go and they commit this half-ass bullshit data, like Fabian was talking about with the UK. That's clearly the books are cooked. They're sitting here arresting people for making mean Twitter posts, and then these people are sitting outraged over like not getting Brexit, and they go, well, they shouldn't be mad because like someone committed a mass stabbings, and we only have spoons to defend ourselves from these invaders. Well, guess what? People are pissed. And lo and behold, they get mad and they burn shit down. We saw it with BLM. I'm not condoning either one of these riots, but guess what? People were pissed then. They got mad about the George Floyd thing. Well, you know what they should have been mad about, George Floyd? They should have been mad about immigration, because he wouldn't even have fentanyl in the system if we had shut down the border. It's really that simple. I just don't understand why people can sit here and go, immigration is not the problem, when it's very clearly driving crime up across the board in numerous countries worldwide.
I feel like people connect. Oh, you can go, Dream. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, so I first thing I want to do, I just by raising hands, just answer the question that I'm about to ask you guys. Is that, does anyone think that is justified to blame a group of people for something when the vast majority of this group isn't committing said act?
Right.
When you say blame, what do you mean?
I'm about to say, when you say vast majority.
So for example, the vast majority of crime is done by, or not vast majority, but my bad. Would you blame a group? Let me re-ask the question. Let me re-ask the question. Would you blame a group whose population disproportionately commits something negative, but the vast majority of that group doesn't engage in that negative thing? For example, men disproportionately commit crimes, but the vast majority of men aren't crime committers in the first place. But I wouldn't be sexist and be like, it's a man problem. I would just be like, it just so happens to be the case that the crime rate is disproportionately skewed towards.
These are two different things.
So
there's two different things, because you said blame is one part of it, but then the second part of it is you wouldn't like when you say blame, right? You were saying collectively they're a problem.
Yes.
Right. And it's like, no, I wouldn't say men collectively or Muslims collectively are a problem.
Which is why I
wouldn't blame them
raise your hand.
because you blame them individually. Right. But you snuck in a second part of that, which is the discussion of recognizing that the higher percentage within a cohort is a problem that needs to be addressed by understanding that higher percentage has a cause.
That's fine. Which was going to be the post conversation. So just like, let me just rephrase. Let me re-ask the question again, and by raising hands, does anyone think it's okay to blame a population, a group, as in like a blank group? For example, these Muslims, these Asians, or not these, but Asians, Muslims, immigrants, etc. in general, based on a portion of them committing a disproportionate amount of a negative thing. Does anyone think it's okay to blame a group holistically? The way you described
it there, obviously.
Okay,
obviously.
I don't know what you mean by blame. I don't know what you mean by blame.
Like, man,
like Arabs are, Muslims are a threat to the West. Therefore, all Muslims, but
yes,
locally, I think that's how people speak.
13% committing 50%.
I understand, but I'm saying, for example, we see a rise in crime because of immigrants. Therefore, we should stop immigration because immigrants are the problem, rather than no. It's so that would be one framing, and that's like the spirit of the question that I'm asking.
And do you do a Muslim ban, or do you ban certain Muslims? Like you just
You're not. It doesn't appear like you're able to ask a question with the appropriate specificity.
Let me here. I'll explain. Okay. I'll explain where my brain is, and then maybe you can elaborate a little bit more. So this is where I'm thinking in terms of like blame, in terms of like a moral condemnation on the individual level. No, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that, right? But in terms of like analyzing what general policy needs to be put in place because there's this like overly negative outcome occurring that we have to acknowledge, maybe, right? So for example, I would agree with you that most men aren't SA committers, right? But women should be careful of men generally for obvious reasons, because too many are. And the women that aren't careful are potentially at risk, depending on like what they're doing.
But that's advice that you could give to people.
Well, it's not just advice. It's advice that I would be giving people in general, but it's also informs the way the police investigate cases, right? If you're a police officer, the suspect in a crime is almost always going to be a man. Now,
yeah, but you wouldn't say you can put your guard down in front of women either. To that same person, you would tell them that would be bad advice, right?
No, you can. Okay, it might be bad advice to ever say put your guard down in front of anybody.
Exactly.
But realistically speaking,
in front of everybody.
Well, wait, but realistically speaking, you can be much more comfortable and safe around women than you can around men generally, if we're being honest, right? Like,
it's a lower risk, right? So
it's a dramatically lower risk.
Higher risks.
Yeah, and so for example, if you're a cop, here, let me ask you this: let's say you're in charge of allocating police resources. Are you allocating police resources to the area of town where all the men are, or the area of town where all the women are?
Based on the results of wherever the most crime is.
Men,
and where is the crime going to be?
Men are killed more than women. Men are victims of violent crimes more than women are.
She's talking about the perpetrators. She's talking about the perpetrators.
And angry exes.
Okay, Gibbs, you might be like the one person who's entirely exempt of every data point that I'm saying. Your life actually is in more danger for women, okay?
I'm just saying.
In particular.
You need to be more careful, and that's why I has bulletproof glass on his master's degree.
You need to be more careful about women.
I understand what you're saying.
Specifically.
Let me address what you're saying, because I understand what you're saying. What I'm trying to say is, I would never say men are the problem. I would say that there's a lot of men that are the problem. So I'm just saying, like, in terms of how people want to phrase things, I think it matters how you say it. Because if you say Moroccans are the problem, and me as a Moroccan, I'm going to feel away. If you say men are the problem, I as a man, I'm going to feel offended.
Hold on.
Rather than you say,
what if we're getting terrorist attacks every week from Morocco? And I go, hey, okay, tomorrow we're going to start Morocco, right? So, like, say I'm going to go tomorrow. I'm going to go, okay, I'm banning all immigrants from Morocco, and we have 100% drop in terror attacks. Like, would you say then I didn't condemn all Moroccans. I just said, hey, all the terrorists that attacked us lately because of the Anglo-American war in whatever country that have been Moroccan lately. I go, this is the evidence. Now, I'm not saying all Moroccans are doing this, but I'm saying enough of the percentage is a problem. I ban them. I ban all immigrants from Morocco, and the terror attacks stop tomorrow. Would you say that would be sufficient enough data that it wouldn't matter whether or not it's the whole group if it gets the job done for fixing the issue?
Yeah,
Green doesn't like generalities.
No, I'm going to answer this question. So I think just
it's not a generality, it's specific.
Just because you solve a problem through a mass violation of other people's rights.
Well, wait, is there rights to come to a country?
I think
you don't have the right to travel to any country you want.
I think a nation.
You should, but I
think a nation has general general rules about movement between borders. And so if the general rule means for Morocco, it's okay. And then you're saying all of a sudden Morocco isn't, even though just because you stop people from Morocco to go, it doesn't have anything. It doesn't have anything to do with them actually being Moroccan, since people not Moroccan can fly out of Morocco.
So wait. So would you? So okay. On that logic, would you agree that a country has a duty to its citizenry first before it has a duty to any other people outside of its citizens?
By definition, yes.
Okay, so now I know you're not Fabian. I know you believe countries exist. I think that should exist. So we got that far. We agree they should.
I don't necessarily think they should exist. I don't
know. Well, we agree they do exist, and we agree that they should sit here and defend their citizens above random people first. Okay, so now I'm sitting here. The scenario I'm giving you is they're getting terror attacks all the time from Moroccans. They decide, as a country, my sovereign job is to protect my citizens. They ban Moroccans. Are they not doing their job if it stops the terror attacks within their country?
For example, if I'm a female president of a matriarchy, would it be justified if I banned all men from any public building? If that means that every stabbing is
crime, I guess.
No, it doesn't make sense.
I know how Dream thinks.
Dream. I can give you an example. I can give you an example where this actually is sort of what happens, right? If we're going to speak honestly, crime is generally a young man problem, right? Statistically speaking, right? Young men are the problem, criminally speaking. Other groups aren't. So there are areas, for example, where only old people are allowed to live there, right? They're old folks' homes. And one of the reasons why old people will go to these places is because they're around a bunch of older people, and older people really don't pose that much of a threat. Not only because they're weaker and more frail, but more importantly, they just don't have that sort of. They have much more impulse control, and they're less.
What does it mean that a young person is not allowed in an old person's home?
They're not allowed to live there.
They have neighborhoods and shit where you're legally
yes, they have neighborhoods where you have to be a certain age, like old. You have to be of a certain age to live there.
Yeah,
my grandfather literally lives in one of these.
Yeah, they're called silver communities.
Yeah.
Wait. Is this legal? Is this not ageism? I'm a bit confused.
So ageism is very complicated in American law. Well, ageism is very complicated in American law, and most of the time it's interpreted just to protect old people from discrimination, not really young people. This is why we can have as many age gaps or age, cutoffs as we do with, buying.
They even do this with renting houses. They'll do I'm only going to rent to this kind of person, or I'm only going to rent this house to females and stuff like that. They do that.
That gets very dicey. You got to be very careful when you do that. Now, you got to be very fucking careful.
Do that, but,
wait.
I would prefer that people be allowed. Yeah.
What is the young man cutoff? Is it 30, 26? What is
that? So I don't know. Now, just in the interest, I think this is relevant actually, because I'm talking about my grandfather in Sweden. So this is going to be a different set of laws, right?
Oh, it's in Sweden.
They have this in America too. They have this in America too. But I'm saying, for my particular experience, I don't know what the age cutoff though is, but I have been there, and everybody is over 65. There is nobody younger. It just, nobody can live there.
I think it's weird.
Obviously, people's grandkids show up to visit, right?
I mean, they just call them retirement.
If somebody has a good credit history,
retirement age.
Somebody has good credit history, and you interviewed them, they have good moral character, and you're just but you're young. That I don't understand how that's not prejudice in any sense.
Because statistically speaking, them being young makes them more apt to commit crime than really any other factor.
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm not saying allow anybody,
away from
right? Like you do a background check, you do an interview, you see if they're a good culture fit. Like imagine it's a young person with an old soul and they relate to older people more than anyone else. You would be banning that person. Why? What?
I don't think it has to do with crime. I don't even think
because it's not the one person.
I don't even think it has to do with crime. It has to do more with like younger people are louder. They have like, you know, they might have like a relationship and they have a fight and they're more active. So it's not even necessarily like
they can have an HOA.
They're going to break crime. They just live differently.
All you're
so
saying
they have
is that
old
they're
communities.
more disruptive, though, in the end, right? So all you're saying is more disruptive. In the end, like it amounts to the same thing, right? They don't want that type of disruption.
Why are you allowed to do an interview to determine if someone is a culture fit? Why is that level of discrimination acceptable by you?
Because culture,
it's unacceptable. Let me finish my question. But it's unacceptable, right, to have a retirement community that only allows people in that are retired. Why is one wrong and the other okay?
Oh, I didn't know it was a retired. Like you can retire at any age. I'm okay with it having a retirement.
We have a legal age.
No.
Okay, 65.
I'm okay with having a retirement home and then saying as long as you're retired.
Okay, you're no, that's not what we're saying. What we're saying is the retirement home
is
for people over a certain age. Okay,
they have like 50 plus.
Where people are legally considered.
Once we've decided what the legal. Once we've decided what the legal age for an adult is, I think it makes sense to allow any adult that fits the standards of like, oh, they have good credit.
The standard is age.
So that's what I'm saying. And an adult should be able to do whatever they want, and as long as
well, pause. You just said that they don't have a right to do whatever they want because I'm not legal. You're saying that the government should force me to not do what I want. And what I want to do is I want to live in a neighborhood that are only people my age because we're elderly and retired.
You missed a better criticism of what he just said, actually.
I was in the middle of a sentence.
Wait, no. You said if they're an adult, which means that you're already putting an age requirement on that implicitly.
Right.
So let me ask you the same question. Well, sure. What if they're 16? What if they're 16 but they have an old soul? Then can they bisect?
Yeah, but I'm talking about once we've decided arbitrarily for whatever reason. I'm not for this, right? Like whatever this nation wants. If the nation has, I'm okay. Am I arguing against two different questions that I'm trying to answer at once? Please let me answer the question before you interrupt when I'm in the middle of a sentence. That's why I said before, and then you wanted to interrupt Fabian. Let me answer. Lactoid wanted to interrupt, so you asked a different question. I was going to answer him, and then I was going to answer you. That's how this works. Stop interrupting me, so it hinders my ability to actually answer your question. Thank you. Number one, please repeat your question, Lactoid.
My question is, when you said, I think that people, as long as they're an adult, should be able to live in these communities if they prove that they're of like the proper kind of character.
The reason why.
But my point was, the specific question was, you said adult. Why are you putting the cutoff there if you're against the age cutoff when it comes to retirement communities?
What if you're like
because that's
what if you're 16 or 15 and you have the mindset of an old 55-year-old?
Like the Catch Me Outside girl, she's rich as fuck.
If you're somehow emancipated or you're like you're not a dependent of somebody else or whatever, you're allowed to. Like there are some slight exceptions in legal. I'm talking about legally, right? You can only do what's legally in a nation that has laws, right? So like once you're 18, and you're allowed. Right, you're deemed as an adult with legal rights, and you can have property, you can buy homes, and you can rent, etc. You have credit cards.
You can't smoke cigarettes.
Well, you can't rent. You can't rent everywhere. You got to be 55 in Florida to rent in certain places, specifically silver communities.
And I'm saying in those places, I'm not understanding the argument, and I'm going to answer Fabian's question here because Fabian's question was how come you're allowed to do culture fit interviews and not just offhand limit a cutoff only by like their age. And I'm saying
it's the same argument for age of consent. It's the exact same argument. Every logical thing that you can think of regarding the age of consent, you can apply here.
Right. And
well, to his cultural argument though, just his culture fit argument. Imagine me at 60. Right.
Oh my goodness.
Say I don't change my attitude, right?
And you haven't been
Wait,
shot by
hold
what
on,
you
no, I'm
did.
gonna answer your
Admiral
question.
Gibbs,
No, hold on. Yeah, well, you're saying something stupid, so I'm gonna help you out here.
How do you know
No,
what I'm gonna say?
Because I've listened to you for the last 10 minutes, and it was dumb. Listen, hold on.
This is
Hold on. So, like, you sit here,
You're not gonna do this.
I'm gonna answer the question. So
Answering.
yeah, but you're
I was
saying
in a back
you're
and
babbling
forth
on.
with
You're babbling
Fabian.
on. Listen,
I'm
so,
not
like,
babbling when I'm being
answering the
interrupted
question for you.
made to the end of this topic.
If I'm being
Yeah.
babbling, if I'm being interrupted consistently, then it doesn't make sense for you to say I'm babbling on. Number one, the reason why I'm just saying that this is my preference. And nation can decide whatever the fuck it wants. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense from my point of view. Once you've already set off a cutoff date for an adult to say we're no longer accepting this person, even though they have exactly everything that we would want, except for this age limiter.
Okay, all right. So
I think it does make sense. I
want to
think
move past this.
Okay.
I want to move past this because we're like off the subject
Yeah.
now. Yeah. Down a few tangents. I wanted to give Ali a chance, but Ali he had just left. But we'll hit him back. And Corey also wanted to jump in, but Corey's PC crashed. So I picked an awkward time to stop.
Well, I can very quickly bring
me a super PC.
I was going to tie it back into the conversation.
Well, the other. Oh, sorry, that's fair.
Yeah, Ghosty, go ahead.
Super PC.
Well,
Ghosty,
I was
go
just
ahead.
saying it feels really lefty because they disagree with you. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, I think the talking about the age thing, or like even Gibbs' example of saying like, oh, we're getting bombed from Morocco, so we're gonna ban Moroccans for like this amount of time. Like those are very specific things. But the thing with immigration is, I don't think we can like pinpoint it enough specifically to like a specific group of people from like, it's just like, it's very vague. So when we say, you know what I mean? Like, it's like different from saying like, oh, we're getting bombed from Moroccans for the past couple of months, so we're gonna like stop Moroccans from coming in here for like a while or whatever. Or like these people under this age act this way, so they can't join our communities. Whereas like immigration is like super vague, and it isn't the majority of immigrants anyways. You can't really pinpoint one specific group of people, so I don't think it really applies the same way.
I can tie it back.
Two things. Very
real quickly. Hey, hold on.
Japanese intermediate justify.
Give me a second. Okay. I'm gonna tie this all together. Give me more than 1 second. I'm gonna tie this all together, right? Because this goes back to what D10 was saying. Sorry. I'm gonna keep fucking saying it.
D10.
D10, brother. When you say like, do you feel comfortable blaming like this group? I think that the age examples work exactly along this line, right? In the same way, I don't want people under the age of 21 in my bar. In the same way, the retirement communities might not want people under the age of 55 in their retirement community, because when you have those people there, it fundamentally changes the culture and makes it more dangerous. Same argument when it comes to immigration, right?
I think that's different because the reason it's 21 is for some biological reason. Reason it's 18 is for some biological reason as well, because people are saying that your brain isn't fully developed until 25. And so we have that ingrained.
So 21? So they pick 21?
Yeah.
Listen to what I'm trying to say.
Biological.
What I'm trying to say is people are saying, and it's within culture, that your brain isn't developed enough until 18 for us to give you, to allow you to have some...
Yeah.
I'm saying the minimum amount of age that you would culturally that we decide is based loosely. I'm not saying it's accurate, loosely based on this biological sense of your brain isn't developed enough to make decisions that would impact the rest of your life until you're 18, and maximally until you're 25, and then additionally your brain isn't developed enough to take in alcohol in a responsible way until 21. These are the reasons why we set 18 and 21. Whether I agree with them or not, whether they're actually accurate, it doesn't matter. What I'm talking about is just the cultural thing that we've decided pragmatically based on loose observation of biology. And I'm saying,
I'll let you, because you wanted to jump on this.
I feel like 55 is a way stronger biological argument.
I'm gonna let you do it, and then Ali and Corey, we actually did call on you guys, but you guys were away. But don't worry, we will go after you. So Scott, I'm gonna let you reply, but we'll move this along. Scott, Ali, Corey, and then we move on.
Look, obviously, I don't want to go on a tangent about states, etc. Right? I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in this bullshit. But if you are going to maintain the narrative that states exist for based off of the conception of rights that are granted to the citizenry that are part of the electorate, and that there is this concept of the will of the people, or this social construct where, you know, under liberal democracies and republics, where they are designed to protect rights enshrined in their founding documents, right? You know, the Constitution here, but, you know, in the UK, you would reference multiples, such as, you know, the Charter in Canada, or, you know, Magna Carta, etc. Right? If you're going to maintain that, the problem here is that all immigration restriction is arbitrary. All of it is arbitrary. And those that are not citizens do not have a right to immigration. D10 Dream, you made this argument yourself, because the rights are those that are the citizens of the nation itself under that power structure, where there is this give and take and pull of what rights exist and what rights can't be infringed upon based upon the power and the will of the people and the way that they set up their governmental systems. All immigration is arbitrary, right?
Obviously.
So when you say, well, you can't restrict immigration or get rid of immigrants, etc., because they belong to this demographic group, it doesn't logically flow from the fact that you believe that a nation has a right to exist. I don't, but you do. That no, don't interrupt me.
I disagree with that. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Okay, right. You said might is right, right? So basically,
yes,
you stated that. Right. So you don't believe in a concept of rights in general, and that whoever has the most power is the one that sets that. So right. So you can't call it morally wrong when British people start murdering Muslims at large, so that they can go ahead and force them out, because that'll give them the power back. Right. Well, if they have the more power, then it's right. If they kill all the fucking Muslims, then it's right by your logic. So
no.
They would have the power.
Right.
Yes, by your logic.
Something to be right is different.
We got to start to move on. We got to move on though. So are you
but they'll be able to establish that. But what I'm saying is that when we're having all this argument about the arbitrary nature of saying that this group or this age limit or people from this region, right, exhibit certain behaviors at a higher rate or a lower rate when they're into our country, so we need to limit or increase immigration based off of those things and the interests of the people. That's a standard immigration policy that the right-wing people have been predominantly fighting for in the United Kingdom for 40 years, and it is the left that have just given carte blanche and said, no. These people are refugees, therefore they have a right, and therefore we're going to import 20 million, 17 million, 15 million, depending upon what data you're using, into our country and devastate our entire economic system and crime, and then we're going to punish you for saying anything about it. So yes, you can say Pakistanis specifically have an issue, and we need to limit how many Pakistanis come in, because we're having a horrible time integrating these people, and there's fucking grooming gangs going on. So you know what? Put a pause on fucking Pakistanis coming in for a while. Great. And to say that that's racist or wrong is to completely disignore your own fucking logic about the concept of immigration in and of itself.
Great.
First of all, I'm pretty sure they elected conservative officials, and then they let them down.
We gotta move on.
It wasn't.
Ali and then Corey.
Yeah, I'm an anarchist. The state sucks. They didn't do the will of the people.
Well, you're blaming the left. You're blaming the left and the UK. Okay.
Ali, please.
Yeah, they're not gonna ban the immigrants. They need the immigrants. That's why they keep bringing them in. They do work. They do supply. They pay taxes. I guess some of them are collecting unemployment. I get it. But at the end of the day, the only reason a country that small is. It's not bringing in immigrants because it has a heart. It's like, oh my God, these refugees, we need to save them. There's one way or another a benefit to like the country. To Bam's point, like
not to the country, not to the people. There's a benefit to people that have their money in the stock market and wealthy corporations that want to import cheap labor and try and keep up socialist systems that are collapsing. But it's going to fucking blow up in the face. It's not doing them any fucking favors. It's not a benefit.
The cost of goods. It brings down. There's all types of benefits from immigration.
But it also has downward pressure on wages.
More labor is always going to be better for the economy.
Hold on.
No, that's not true.
How can you say
more
that?
More labor puts a downward pressure your own
We have
labor
had
market.
the largest amounts of illegal immigrants come in the United States in history. And we're sitting here, y'all go, oh, it brings down the price of goods. Have you been to the fucking grocery store in the
That's
last
not because
few
of
months?
immigrants.
Oh, well, okay.
minute.
Well, then why aren't the immigrant? Why aren't the
inflation
Because
rate
even if the immigrants weren't here, we'd still have the same prices.
Arguably, it could because you're
We'd have
increasing
higher
demand.
wages.
No, the
Yeah,
inflation
so
We would
rate
have
is
higher wages
insanely
if we
low
had
right
less
now.
immigrants.
So
We're
how-
comparing year over year to COVID, but the inflation rate is down. It's a
Oh, how
actually-
convenient.
It is down. It's like we had the inflation rate.
Immigration rate's wildly up. Immigration's wildly up.
And-
If
and
you go to the
and
grocery
goods are
store,
coming down.
this is what I keep talking about. The dishonest gaslighting by the left.
Well, inflation
all I
has
have
not
to
gone
do
down.
is
The
go
rate
to
of
the grocery
inflation has
store
gone down.
and see all the items are up 200% from when I went. Like, listen, it's
gaslighting on the right is you're
outrageous.
blaming that on immigrants. Immigrants don't do
I'm
that.
not
Immigrants
blaming.
don't
I'm just
affect
saying.
inflation
I'm just
to that
saying. If
extent.
immigration did bring inflation down, we would be at record
I didn't say it brought
lows for
inflation down.
He
Said
did.
generally it
So
brings inflation
then-
down and brings
You
labor
said,
just
prices
you're
down.
saying-
talking about the cost of goods were up, and I'm saying that
They are up.
Yeah, but you're applying to a pre and post COVID.
But oh God, you don't get to have your cake and eat it too in this case.
Yeah,
you
but
can't
I'm saying,
you
it
can't
wasn't
say
about
you can't say, hey, immigration brings all prices down. And then
It
when I
does.
say, hey, we've had record illegal immigration, we've had record immigration, and prices are higher than they've ever been.
It's not
Guess
about-
what?
about
2 plus
COVID.
2 doesn't equal 36 in this case, bro. Like
You have
By
to
the
put
way-
multiple factors into an economy. You have to counterbalance that with the fact that we had COVID and we had to do a ridiculous amount of spending to keep the country afloat.
And
Yeah.
Ali, somebody wanted
We
to
didn't
say-
have
yeah,
to.
no, a lot of the spending is going to
Ali,
these illegal
Right.
immigrants.
Country collapse.
Ali, somebody brought up the fact that members of NATO by the agreement have to allow some numbers of immigrants by their agreement. Whether or not that's true, I don't know.
What?
It's not NATO. It's
NATO?
the EU, and they have trade agreements to allow people that are EU members to be able to freely move into the labor market back and forth. Right. So if you have a passport in France, you can't deny them like the ability to work in Spain, right? Because they're both EU. But the thing is that Brexit was like Brexit was fought and won by people to stop this very thing, right? Like so that those agreements would no longer exist. And then, as Ghosty pointed out, it was the conservative, the right-wing parties that failed to actually live up to the promise of Brexit in any meaningful way.
Yeah. So I do think it's a country's right. If they want to preserve their culture, they can try. But if they don't have the ability to, Dream's point, if they don't have the ability to preserve the culture, then that's like that's their fault. They don't get that right. So for right now, what's happening in the UK, to Ghostie's point from earlier, it is a bunch of the right wing and some of the left, sure, but it's predominantly the moderate, middle, and right that's complaining about all the immigrations. They're not like they're complaining about the rapes, but then also they're not complaining about the rapes that are coming from England. They weren't complaining about the rapes before. They only complained about immigrant rapes. The issue that's happening in the country, sure, it may be the government is doing one thing, but the people themselves are feeling a disdain towards another group of people, regardless of the crime stats, regardless of whatever it may be happening. They just do not want the culture in the area to change. They want the brown people to leave. And you only get one of two answers. Either the people assimilate and you do re-education camps to these mass groups of people that you're immigrating, or you kick them out.
No one was comparing about other rapes because nobody's doing anything about the rapes that are occurring from grooming gangs. They're hiding it.
They're not doing that.
Fucking the media's lying to you about it.
They're not doing anything.
Nobody's mad that rape occurs. They're mad because their own government is gaslighting them.
Oh my God, Corey! If you don't have a Canadian passport, please.
And you don't have to.
Lactoid, go for it.
You can go.
So, Dream, maybe to I apologize. Maybe this was alluded to earlier, but maybe just to like distill down on what was spoken about earlier, where I think like Lactoid was trying to brought up the argument of like, well, if you have a community full of men, community full of women, where would you allocate like police forces? And so I'm curious, okay, how do you feel about given the fact that there are scarce resources when it comes to airport security? How do you feel about profiling? As in, do you think, let's say, profiling should occur at airports, or it should be completely random?
I guess if they have a description of a person, somebody looks like that person, I'm fine with profiling.
Oh, no, I'm just talking about like
Arab male with beard.
Well, yeah, would you be fine with that description? Like, just so profile
Actually,
males with beard.
Actually, they usually shave their beard and
Wait.
and put rose
Wait,
water
if you're
water on. So
I don't. But at what rate is it profile? So every air male gets checked according to that. If the air male
Yeah.
with beard, no, I'm
With-
not okay with that. I don't think I am.
Oh, so why are you not okay with that? If that, because like at least what I heard before is that as long as it fits a description, but so I'm definitely not an
Yeah, a
expert on
general
airport security.
description like person with dark skin, like that's too broad.
no, D10 Dream is talking about an individual that they're looking for, right? And Corey is talking about when we're screening people, when the TSA is screening people, right? Should they be screening a random sample, or should they, I don't know, let 80-year-old, grandmas through and at a higher rate screen people that fit the cohorts that more typically,
or should the 80-year-old grandma
engage in
undergo the
crime.
cavity check? Like that needs to be priority number one.
It doesn't. Wait, hold on. I believe in the rights, like the Fourth Amendment, and I don't believe in the justification. I don't believe. I think you need probable cause before you can search me, deeply beyond like just the scanner going through the airport and doing this to me. I mean, unless like there's something red pops up in the circle thing, then you can check me, which they do. Like a lot of times, like my zipper gets stuck, and so they do this one of these. But like cavity search, full search for no reason. I'm like, you're checking my bags, nothing's in my bag. You're checking my body, nothing's on my body. What the fuck you think I'm gonna do? And with what?
Well, so
why the fuck
like,
are you searching?
Yeah, so I mean, like I'm trying to distill it out. Like you, so you think it should be like truly random, as in like whatever. Someone goes to this, like pretty much as if there's nothing going off in the scanner, no one should ever be subject to a next level check. Is that the guideline you would go by?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything wrong. Like me personally, if I'm running my airport, if you're just so happen to be of a person whose group of people are causing ruckus, and it's a minority of that group of people, I'm not just calling up hella of those groups of people, unless, and Israel does this, like unless like I can imagine if you barely get these group of people, like. Maybe, and it just so happens this group of people that you barely get, maybe I can see that, but in general, no. I would.
What if you're at war with a
probably not.
country? What if you're at war with a country? Say we're at war with Russia.
If you're at war with a nation, I think it's okay to ban people from that nation from coming in. But if they're dual citizenships, I don't think it's okay to ban them.
Now you're opening things up.
That's not even what I'm talking about. You were just talking about the security going through the airport. Say we're at war with Russia, all right? And
I just said that.
Okay, we're at war with Russia, and they're coming in, and I go, oh, your name is Vladimir Zipanov or whatever.
If you're at war, with a nation,
No, yeah, that's one of them. Yeah.
If you're at war with a nation, I think
maybe that shot can be like singled out and cavity checked. Is that okay?
I think if you're at war, I think if you're at war with a nation,
I'm trying to like see what the range is here, because on one side
if you're at war with
nobody should be singled out, and then on the other side he's like, well, it's okay when it's you're at war with it. So there's got to be some kind of in between where it's like, okay, these countries that are like hotspots, like if someone was coming from, I don't know, Lebanon. I'm gonna give.
You don't need multiple examples to demonstrate the same thing.
Because you haven't given us a correct answer yet. Like
you're not even
what about the guy from Lebanon?
answer. I'll answer the question. If you're at war with a nation, Admiral Gibbs, I'm okay with you banning people from coming into that nation. I'm okay with saying no entry.
Sounds like we need to go to war with the Middle East, boys. Solve this immigration problem.
Unless you have dual citizenship.
Kidding.
I'm at war, or there's an exception. So exception number one is dual citizenship or citizenry or permanent residence, right? Like people who have been in the U.S. or in your nation they have a legal right in your nation. They've been there before. One. Two, the other exception is if you're like a refugee, if you're like seeking asylum.
What?
Okay, so we got
that's not an exception at all.
Guys. We have a second topic, and I know Lactoid is excited to discuss it. Right? Specifically asked me to bring it up from.
I think we're gonna get everybody to agree on this. Otherwise, I'm gonna be judging you all.
Okay. All right. So but before then, I wanted to say something quickly on something that Lactoid I brought up earlier. In terms of appearing some sort of a Tory bill legislative push to get more information on crime in the UK. So I haven't heard the details of it. And I would like to know the details if the Tories are pushing it, right? But assuming it's as benign as Lactoid said, then I'm fully in support, right? I think that we always need more data so that we can address issues that pop up in our society. If black people suddenly, right, like next year, the rate of crime among the black population like spikes, yeah, I actually want to know that. Don't hide that information. I want to be able to address it with policy. And my policy solution will be different from Gibbs. It'll be different from Lactoid. It'll be different from Scott, right? But the moment that we have that data, then we can get in the room and have that conversation, which I think is important. And I think that's something we can all agree on. Which is also why I'm in favor of a database of all gun owners. Right? We need to have that data to keep track of people who might be committing crimes of guns. Yeah.
Very true.
Hold on, I will agree. We should have a database of everybody who commits a gun crime.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm cool with that one.
I could reach out for that.
Make it a crime.
What about a non-gun crime? What about a non-gun crime? Does that still matter?
No, that true. That too. I would do that too.
Is that just
in fact, we should just keep track of crime. Yeah. We can call it the FBI.
We could call it the Bureau of Statistics.
But I don't understand why. Like, what? I know we're moving on. What is the big issue with like the idea of a gun owners database?
Oh
like,
boy.
Okay.
But why do they need to know? Why do they need to know about it?
Specifically,
Because
white people do be just like killing their kids, be getting their guns. So like, we should know if like a white family has a white kid. The white kid can get a hold of their guns.
This is the most ridiculous bullshit I've ever heard. I've owned lots of guns in my time with thousands of rounds of ammo. There's no need for the government to know that. Why do they need to know that?
Yeah, you're a good white person.
I've never seen any of the guns
hop off the
porch and just start
shooting
children.
You're a good one. You're a good gun owner, Gibbsy.
They don't need to know. Well, cool. They don't need to know about my guns.
These white terrorists. We have these white terrorists.
Wait. You got to put it in black and white.
We have these Anglo terrorists.
It's a good thing they don't know. They should be scared of people like me. That's what I'm saying.
The reason why gun owners are hesitant on giving. The reason is because one of the whole points of the Second Amendment is to resist government tyranny, and giving the government a list of, here are the specific places we are going to blow up, isn't particularly conducive to that goal.
Right.
Did they take into consideration teenage sleeper cells when they were writing the Constitution?
I want to be on a list. I want it because that, like, then I don't have to carry. I can just walk around and like threaten people with the list. Like, pull up the list. I'm
on the list.
So
you don't want to be on a list.
That's a bad plan.
Can I answer this question calmly and succinctly?
Okay.
So, Bam, when already people have registered themselves to purchase certain types of firearms. And what you will see if you just kind of scour, YouTube shorts and just search, right? You will see hundreds of videos where the ATF will then go to these people and say, "Hey, do you want to drink? Fuck off." With your bitch energy shit. Like you're just being distracting, right? Like, I'm not doing anything wrong here. So you will see the ATF then go to these people saying, "Hey, look, we have a record that you have these things. This is now illegal. So go ahead and give it to us." And so the issue that people have with that is the kind of the frog boiling in the pot. So I don't think the actual fear that most people have is that like the government's going to bomb their house when the revolution comes. But instead, sure, some of these people do. Okay. But a lot of people, a more reasonable concern, right, is that they're going to come one by one at your residence and with their limited age and say, "Oh, actually, this is now illegal. Oh, actually, this is now illegal." And you're going to have no meaning of being able to fight that because you're on these lists.
No, you know what? Hold on. There's one other big issue that Fabian's neglecting here with this.
We can move on. It's not that important.
No, I'm going to say this one
I'm
piece.
not neglecting.
No, you're forgetting a couple of big issues. One, this is the hypocrisy, right?
There's a million fucking
there's a lot of
things,
issues, but there's one really big one here because guns are dear proud to my heart, right? Like, listen, the government should be healthy afraid of its citizens, our citizenry, right? But what's ironic is they want to have a list for all the gun owners, but whenever you want to say, "Hey, I want to know who's fucking coming across the border," wow, that's too crazy. Oh, we should have voting ID laws. Maybe we should know who's voting. Wow, that's too much.
Well, gun owners are committing acts of terror.
But they're not committing. Legal gun owners generally aren't committing acts of terror. It's usually people who acquire their weapons through illegal means. Oh, but we do know. We have those statistics. Okay. So, like,
it's overwhelmingly handguns, illegal handguns. It's something like 97. It's something like 97%
There is a registration registration for list for voting, and we do keep tracks of lists that come over the board. Those are two things that you're absolutely right. We should do.
And we are doing.
And we did.
We are okay.
Yeah,
and we should we should have voter ID just like every European country has except for the UK.
But aren't illegal?
Europeans.
And aren't illegal handguns like accessed through legal means? Like it's a legal supply that becomes illegal.
Let's go to
arguably.
At some point, someone legally made it.
We got it. All right, done. We're gonna go to the next topic. Glad you guys are all fired up for that. Before we do, hey everyone, if you've been enjoying this content so far, consider supporting the channel. Like our friend Bam did earlier, like our friend was it let me get their names. Spag and Soyato. Soyato is a good friend of the channel. We love him. And I hope he's doing well. But yeah, consider helping out the channel. Sub to the channel, gift bits, or I guess Fairy Queen was also counting down how long Scott would take. Shout out to Fairy Queen. I hope she's doing well too. But anyway, yeah. If you have an Amazon Prime, just Prime /Prime Gaming, use that one free sub here. Consider doing that. Hit the follow button. You haven't done so yet. We'd love to have you. If you're on YouTube, subscribe, and also consider using a super chat. I've been on top of them. I've been watching them. I've been waiting for them. All right, your super chats. Only because Corey's not doing it for us. I mean, he just never.
You're just on it today.
Yeah. So consider supporting the channel. That way, we'll read your super chat. We'll react to your super chat. If it's to Scott
in real time.
Scott will say something about it. He'll probably yell at you and call you stupid for whatever thing you said. It's part of the entertainment, really. Well worth the money. So consider supporting the channel that way. All right.
I mean, just say something smart. You know what I mean? I won't.
Okay. Let's go. So, second topic. At this year's Olympics, a Dutch volleyball player will be participating who has been convicted of statutory rape. Steven van der Velde, who is 29 now, was convicted of raping a 12-year-old girl when he was 19. He served prison time for this crime. However, Steven has since been able to rebuild his career as an athlete. His inclusion in the Olympics has predictably stirred backlash. Should a person who has done terrible crime, like Steven, be included in the Olympics? Is your answer affected by the fact that minors will also be there as athletes? Should the feelings of the general public matter? At what point are your crimes so great that they should preclude you from publicized events such as this? I think we were talking about it last week, but we're talking about it this week. So I think many of you might know about this individual who is included. As far as we know, he hasn't reoffended since that time, right? It was a statutory rape as opposed to the other kind. That might make a difference to you. That might not make a difference, but I just want it out there with statutory rape. People are condemning the Dutch for even considering this, but this guy, whether you think the prison sentence was long enough or not, he did repay his debt to society in the way that we do these things, right? But, hey, I didn't make the prison sentence, okay?
You put the quotes.
I put the quotes, right? But anyway, so he spent prison time. He didn't escape prison, right? He hit prison time. And as far as we know, this was 10 years ago, he hasn't reoffended. And so now he's trying to make his way back into society. And how should we react to that? So we're going to go down the line here with opening statements. We will make them short because you guys wouldn't get off the last subject. So please, it.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be somewhat a relatively quick topic. Hopefully we're all going to agree. Anybody who doesn't think this person's a monster, just read his Wikipedia. This guy is horrific. Just for those of you who don't know, he can I say this word on Twitch? Somebody else said raped before. Sure. Yes, this guy fucking raped a 12-year-old 3 separate times, causing physical pain. She's still alive, but she later overdosed and committed self-harm due to the complex emotional feelings that can come from that. This guy was 19. She was 12. He learned that she was 12, and after learning she was 12, he flew from the Netherlands to the UK and raped her 3 times. 12-year-old. The UK found out about this because when he flew back to the Netherlands, he told her to go get birth control. And obviously they were like, well, it's kind of a problem. Why is a 12-year-old asking us for birth control? So they extradited him, found him guilty, of course, because he did it. And they sentenced him to prison for 4 years. But of course, then he was transferred to the Netherlands and served a prison sentence of only 13 months for raping a 12-year-old 3 times. And then the Netherlands decided that this person represents their country more than other athletes, and bearing the emblem of the Netherlands, he entered the Olympics, being a representative of the country, the Netherlands. Fuck the Paris opening in terms of being controversial. This is by far, I think, the most controversial part about the Olympics. And shame on the Netherlands for doing that. Disgusting. I don't think words can really capture just how reprehensible this is and how little the Netherlands cares. This guy demonstrated no guilt for what he did. He even said later, oh, I'm not I'm tired of people bringing that up. That's not I'm not a pedophile. And then, despite that happening, right, nobody gave a fuck. And then the Netherlands picked him again to represent their country. And the Netherlands' response to people getting upset about this was, we apologize because we didn't know this would be getting so much negative attention, which is basically an apology to say, sorry, we didn't think you would notice. Sorry about that. As opposed to, sorry, we put this monster to represent our country. This person should be digging in a hole and paving the streets in the Netherlands the rest of his life, not representing the country.
Thank you. Scott.
First, I agree with everything Lactoid said. So I won't repeat it. Second, I think the Olympics in general is a propaganda machine to celebrate nation states. And I mean, we see this constantly, like the Beijing Olympics, for example, where they had police, arresting anybody that, didn't look clean enough, that were Chinese, so that they could put on a perfect show, because it's exactly what it is. It is a way for us to blow off steam so that we don't go to war. I think, there's a whole movie, Miracle on Ice, about kind of like us versus the Russians in hockey during the Cold War, et cetera. And, and so there is some good value in that. But yeah, overall, I'm not a big fan of the Olympics because I'm not a fan of nation states. But, I remember when I was a kid, my grandfather loved college football. Like that was his big thing because, they fought so much harder than in the NFL. And, he was a big Virginia Tech fan. And his favorite player, without a doubt, was Michael Vick and his brother. After Michael Vick was caught, setting up, organizing, and paying for dogfighting rings, it actually weirdly broke my grandpa for a while. He was so upset because that was his favorite player. And I remember feeling, to a much lesser degree than I feel about this case, that when we put people up as a company, as an institution, to be looked up to as heroes, right? Like the top of, these are the people that we're supposed to idolize as children. And these people do not meet basic moral standards. You should be ashamed of putting those people forward. And I feel that way about Michael Vick and, for the things that he did, even though they, but to a much, much stronger degree, right? I feel that way about putting a fucking child rapist who served a paltry amount of time, who repeatedly raped a child and took advantage of her, who flew across. So it wasn't like he was at a party drunk and fooled around and thought maybe she was older. Like he knew she was 12 and made the conscious decision, whilst not horny, right? Not that it really matters, but I mean, I think it adds to the severity that it was that premeditated to that degree to go rape a child. And did so under a fucking stairwell at one point, right? Because he couldn't get a hotel room. It's disgusting and aberrant behavior. And when he came back from the UK, his lawyers stated, I don't remember the exact phrasing, but his lawyer didn't even admit fault. Like he was just like, yeah, you know, he wasn't even there to fuck this kid. He was there for other reasons, you know. It just kind of, you know, and while he was there, he fuck a kid. Yeah, I think it's abhorrent. I think it's wrong. And I think in general, we need to bring back sporting in sports, just getting rid of bad moral people again, because these are heroes of the community, and I think it damages our society.
Thank you, Ali.
Yeah, the only reason I'm not necessarily for the death penalty is because we don't get the conviction right 100% of the time. If we did, yeah, fuck this guy. I don't get how a country would tote him up. He's like, you are just a rapist. You're not a volleyball player. You're not a CEO. Once you do that heinous crime, you get convicted. It should just stay with you forever. It should be tattooed across your forehead to an extent. Right? Because I don't see why I would forgive that person because they sat in a jail cell for 3 years, 5 years. I don't know why I'm forgiving them for, you know, the other person that they committed the crime to or the act to doesn't get any relief because they're in jail for 10 years. They get out. But yeah, when it comes to crimes like murder, rape, enslavement, torture, these things, like specifically, I feel like there's no social like forgiveness. Right, especially if it's like, and I don't know why we should have a social forgiveness for these people. They should be isolated. I don't know where you would put them to work, whether there's kids or not. Doesn't really change the idea. And like to Scott's point, it is these are your national heroes. Like sports athletes are considered heroes to the majority of the people within the nation. Soccer players, whatever it may be, and these are supposed to be the ones representing your nation. And that's that was a fucked representation.
Thank you. Gibbs.
Muted.
I think you're
Can't
muted,
hear you, buddy.
Yeah, so the Olympics are supposed to be like the best and the brightest. Leave it to the Dutch to present someone as their best and brightest like this. You know, we all know they have a proud history of atrocity worldwide. In fact, I would be the one to say that we should have reparations, and it should be the Dutch paying it for all the people they loaded up in the slave ships, not the Americans. Just saying. It's no surprise they put forward someone with this moral caliber as their representative. In fact, it just goes to show how badly certain cultures can clash and why we need to curb immigration from certain countries. Even countries that commit mass genocide have at least enough class to put forth people unrelated to their sins. Also, on a side note, we all know the Olympic Village turns basically into a giant orgy during the Olympics. Most of the best athletes and best looking people in the world are in one location. Guess what? Maybe it's probably a good idea that we don't let the child rapist into the orgy. Just saying.
To be fair, he wasn't.
He's not there.
He is not there. Just to put that out there, he is in a separate area. Let's go
Let's
to
hope.
our
Be in a
friend
jail cell.
D10 Dream.
Right?
Well, I think the idea about letting back somebody in, I'm not like Ali, where I'm like, if you do one crime, it's all
four specific types of crime.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna mention the specific types. Like, for example, I think it matters the manner it was committed, and it matters how old you were when you committed it, and the state of mind. For example, somebody who was temporarily insane committing a crime is different than somebody who has a long history that committed a crime of insanity, who committed that same crime. I think the context matters. I'm not a blanket abolitionist of people coming back into society. I am for what's the word called? Not reformation, but
Rehabilitation.
Rehabilitation. I'm somebody that's for rehabilitation, meaning I think people can change. I don't think you're born a certain way and then that's how you're defined the rest of your life once you commit something. I do think there are slight exceptions, but not to the case of it's murder or something like that. I think mass murder is an exception potentially, and mass or like a serial killer or something like that. Things of that nature, I think it makes sense. I'm just saying this is my personal preference. But if you committed a murder, let's say at 16, maybe 18, and then you did 20, 30 years, I think, and you still somehow qualify for a sport, I think it makes sense for you to be welcomed back, especially if you've shown remorse, maybe even wrote an essay and then maybe did something productive within the prison that you were in, something like to demonstrate a demonstration of goodwill. something. That's why I said I'm giving very, very I'm giving illustrative examples, not literal ones. But the point I'm making is I'm just not against the idea of once you've committed something, therefore it's defined you for the rest of your life, especially after you've served your sentence. Now, I'm all for the case that saying that this person potentially has not served a long enough sentence, this person doesn't show remorse, et cetera, et cetera. But I also understand his perspective. His perspective is he fell in love or he liked a girl enough that was 16, and his mind, she's physically 16, and she's like, oh, 16 mentally cool. Oh, she's only 3 years. And then once she says she's 12, I'm just hypothetically, I'm analyzing how he thinks. He's saying, oh, just because she said he's 12, but that doesn't really change anything for me because I'm already under the impression of developed the relationship already under the pretense that she was 16. So to me, it doesn't really make a difference just because she says she's something else. That's his mind. And so he's not purposefully from the intent going at it, like super premeditated, looking out for these girls. It just so happens that she was 12 rather than I'm purposefully looking for her. So he's saying, I'm not a pedophile from the perspective of, I don't actually like little girls. I may happen to accidentally like little girls because they look old enough for me to find them attractive. This is his mentality. And so somebody with this mentality who did this time is regretful, is remorseful, understands what he did was wrong in a pragmatic sense, of course, and morally. Well, pragmatically, I think it makes the most sense, and legally, morally. If they understand that this is wrong and they've served their time, I don't see a reason that you don't welcome them back into society. But I do see the reason if the argument is you can never really know, which I would agree, and that therefore you can never really know any type of person. So it's just it's a feeling, subjective thing. I just have a hard time with saying everybody who commits murder can never be welcomed back into society.
Okay, thank you. We've been very concise. I've been really appreciating all the conciseness that's been happening here today. Let's go to Bam.
I'll start counting.
Okay, let's just make sure that it's somewhere in your mind, like you disconnect what I'm about to say from what Dream said. Because I actually agree with the thing. I agree with this point, but I think it was worded in a way that doesn't seem good.
I agree.
One, we let Hitler host an Olympics, so I don't know. I don't really care to make the moral argument. The second thing is as far as how we feel about age of consent and things like this. Every country at the Olympics actually has their own rules related to the age of consent that we can feel weird about. There's absolutely countries that compete in the Olympics that have age of 13 as the age of consent for sexual adults, and some even younger. So like we already have some weird standard. Now I can find his behavior to be disgusting at the end of the day, but I don't personally, I don't know. I don't think it's super useful to throw all the moral grandstanding related to sexual violence or all these crimes, because I think the only thing it does is it prohibits people who do these crimes or have like internal desires from seeking help. When you say that, like, if somebody likes little girls, I got the cure for them. It's a bullet in the head. And I understand that nobody specifically said that, but there are people on this panel that would absolutely say that. Give an opportunity. So I think that yes, it was probably a bad look. It sucks. Maybe someone else should have qualified, but I mean, he did. I don't care that much.
Okay. And thank you, Bam, who understood the assignment. I much appreciated. Let's go to Ghosty.
So, yeah, he was 19 and she was 12. So, I guess legally it's statutory, but in my mind that's just rape. Like, I don't consider that statutory rape. She's a 12-year-old girl. I don't understand how you just like accidentally fall in love with a 12-year-old little girl. Like, and you have sex with her 3 times and fly back. Like, I don't know. I think I'm someone too, like, I don't really like borders and blocking people from nations, and I'm just that kind of hippie person. But like I think the Olympics is kind of like a cute like thing. It's like a competition between nations, and like we have all of our best athletes. And I think it's like a cute human thing that we do. I know it's a very like girly thing of me to say, whatever, but I think it's really cool, and I think it's I really do think like with athletics, there's more than just a like, are you a good athlete? Like there is like a mental component, and just like, yeah, people are looking up to you. And when it comes to the Olympics, you're trying to put like these people who represent your nation, and you're deciding to pick this full-grown man who slept with raped a little girl. So I just think it's disgusting. I don't think he should be allowed in there at all. Yeah.
And finally, Corey.
Well, I could be mistaken, but I believe like I originally sent you this story, Prime, because I was curious.
Indeed, you did.
On your.
I want to give Corey credit. I apologize. Yeah.
I don't know. I'd like to apologize for it, but like one of the reasons why like I sent you because like I was curious, like because I myself like I understand Lactoid's position and I lean towards that, but also like I'm a little bit mixed in terms of I think there's a conversation to be had of like what can you come back from, and like what can be, let's say, maybe not forgiven, but like are there some things that you just can never be forgiven for, or never can be reintegrated into society for, especially under whatever Michael Vick. Many people overlook Michael Vick's transgressions, and I think it's a pretty common thing to say overlooking athletes, celebrities, transgressions, covering a wide spectrum, all for the sake of I think I'm pretty clear on my stance on sports overall. Of like I'm pretty consistent on banning football because I think idolizing sports and idolizing sports participants is stupid, because there are other things to life than just making your entire personality about sports and competition. But that's just me. And to Lactoid's point, though, everyone should read the Wikipedia. And I think probably one of the things that's maybe one of the most interesting to me, okay, is this person is married and has a child. Okay, so that is overlooked.
With a cop.
Exactly. They studied they studied psychology.
Yeah.
So it begs the question of like, well, their wife apparently can overlook this and procreate with this convicted child statutory rapist. Okay,
Lock her up too.
Yeah, we should investigate her.
Yeah.
and then lastly, there's maybe if you're an incel and you can't beat a child rapist, well, you should maybe do some introspection, because if they can find love, maybe there's something going on with you if you can't. But I'll leave it there for now.
Well, his wife's a
He's an
criminal,
Olympic
1000%. His wife's a crooked cop, easy.
Is this
Done.
statutory?
Two things
Two
things very quick.
I just have one question. You can go, Fabian. Is it considered statutory rape if you also like have sex with a mentally deficient person as well?
No, statutory specifically age.
Well, so, I don't know if it would be called statutory rape, but it would be illegal. Like it would be like
really
some crime. Yeah, there'd be some crime associated.
Yeah,
with
I mean it's similar,
even if it's consensual.
Yeah, if she's like or I guess
well, that's the point. Is
but
that,
like if they're mentally deficient to the point where they're not like an adult,
can't consent. Yeah,
right.
So
it's that they can't consent.
So no, I'm saying it depends. Okay, and I'm saying like if they verbally consented, right? Obviously, is what I'm saying. And so even though they verbally consented, just like with underage people, this is the analogy that I'm bridging. That underage people, obviously, we already know that's defined as statutory, no matter what. If somebody's above. But the same concept of not being able to consent just because they're young also exists with adults who are like autistic, for example.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the extent.
I mean, unless it depends on
For
the extent.
that's why I said,
like
for example.
non-verbal.
Yeah. So just two things very quick. Number one, I thought when I brought up the fucking, incest rates on fucking British Pakistanis, that would be the most controversial thing of the night. I was wrong. Number two, just to be clear, yes, we did let Hitler participate in the Olympics, but it's also important to note that when he participated in the Olympics, he was like the darling of the left as a socialist that was engaging in factory beautification, fixing the economy, and everyone everyone in America and Europe loved him.
He already has
and to the
history of anti-Semitism.
Everyone in America loved him.
So did Henry Ford.
He was super.
Right?
He
Like,
was super
a
popular.
lot of people hated Jews back then.
I didn't get the Hitler point, right? Like, would we be okay with Hitler coming now to the Olympics? I think
that's what I'm saying. Like,
well, hold on, but even Hitler didn't put out forth like the SS guys as his athletes, right? He didn't put like the guys that were committing the Holocaust as his athletes. He put out his best athletes, right? That were like the younger.
It was
people.
Propaganda.
Yeah, it was propaganda.
It was
so even China now,
especially the situation with Jesse
they don't
Owens.
put the people out there. They put the young kids that are not tied to these atrocities, but not the Dutch. The Dutch are like, hey, our best and brightest is the kitty diddler. Bring him in. Let's go. Like,
but the situation with Jesse Owens, for example, was like exactly what I'm talking about in terms of how the Olympics are used in what I would consider nefarious. Maybe you guys wouldn't, but to a certain degree to like legitimize and in terms of like the propaganda aspects, right? Like we're playing this game of I can't remember the individual Jesse Owens was neck and neck with from Germany, but you know what I mean, right? And then there was like this kind of like photo op situation, and the left was reporting at the time about how, you know, Hitler was nice to Jesse Owens, but like we don't even respect them. And like this just goes to show how, you know, the Germans aren't even really that racist because, you know, they're less racist than the Americans that, you know, don't claim him, even though he's there representing us at the Olympics, but they're willing to shake his hand type situation, right? So it is a lot of the Olympics is puff pieces.
Hitler not a terrible person.
No, I agree, but I'm just saying, like the world's conception of him at the time was not what it obviously is today.
I would ban Hitler from the Olympics. I'm going to come out and say that.
I would too.
I would say Hitler is not allowed. Okay, neither is this guy. Okay?
What about President Xi? What about President Xi?
None of them.
No, all jokes
aside. Would you ban President Xi?
Would you ban any country that has an age of consent under the age of 18?
Yes, I would ban all the Muslim countries.
That's not the current case. So I'm
saying. So if I had the political power to, I would. I don't know. I don't think I do. So I think that probably the better compromise would be like maybe 16. That's like where mostly it is in Europe. There's some exceptions, but that's where mostly it is in Europe. But there's really no country. I think maybe some parts of Mexico, but like there's really no country I can think of that has it as young as 12. I mean, maybe like Qatar or Saudi Arabia or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are there?
Yeah.
Okay, well then those countries shouldn't be allowed to participate in the Olympics until they civilize.
But it's part of their culture.
No, until they civilize, they can stay and watch from the bleachers.
How racist to use the word civilize.
Yeah, I don't know what countries in the Olympics that are like,
Nigeria.
I don't know, maybe they're just not winning medals, or that I haven't heard of them that have those low age. Okay.
It's almost like training athletes requires a somewhat stable economy in order to compete at the best, because you need wealthy people. You need enough people wealthy to have access, right? So like if you're a poor country with backwards fucked up views, you're going to have athletes. Well, it's like, you know, you don't discover, like, how many people get into gymnastics in America?
Wait, Nigeria has it at 18. Even Nigeria, like, come on.
You're right.
Even Nigeria,
but,
I don't know
whether or not,
right, so I'm just saying, like, but for example,
the
my daughter
is different, but like
my daughter is in.
Yes, it's not.
My daughter's in gymnastics, right? And it's like she's there at the YMCA at a relatively like it's not free, but it might as well be. Like it's very cheap.
Nigeria's
right?
13.
But that's
right.
Which is still above 12. Like even come on.
Nigeria says 11 on this site. It's 11.
I see 11.
That's not what Wikipedia says.
But so like, you know, you're not going to see countries like, you know, you're just not like the amount of people that can discover that they're talented in gymnastics, for example, is astronomically more in America than it would be in an underdeveloped nation. And because in an underdeveloped nation, you know, only the very small minority of rich people are even going to have the ability to like practice at a young age.
Yeah.
Germany is 14.
But hey, I got a question. Don't we have like a sexual assault gymnastic coach for the U.S. right now?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, so I think
for like decades.
I think he's still like the guy for this Olympics. So like I do on one hand agree this guy should be banned. Is he? I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I saw something saying he's still associated with at least a couple of the sports. I'll look at it.
I'm pretty sure they cleared out. They had to clear out like everybody that was.
Well, okay. Either way, he was definitely like be under the investigation last time. And he's come in here and did it. So, like, I think there's a little bit of this. kind of thing we're doing here with like we're giving. But I guess the difference is we came down.
It's not in the voice channel.
Yeah, I think we cracked down on this guy, here versus like, the Dutch were like, hey, this is the guy we're putting out there, and the only thing we're sad about is it's getting bad press coverage.
It's
I
the
think there's something sad about
Illuminati.
that. That's what
The
it is.
elites.
Gotta be.
It's all the elites, yeah.
It's the
Yeah, we
lizard
would be-
people.
I'm sorry, like by your standard, we would be kicking out a lot of like European countries.
So, okay, this is what I think. What I think is that ideally, yes, like
Eastern European,
we would fix a lot of these backwards countries. I mean, look, in the Olympics, they banned Russia, but I don't think Russia would allow someone like this to participate. Maybe we have to learn a little bit from them, maybe a little bit as to morality, clearly. Firstly. Secondly, like, I guess I'm just disappointed. Like, sure, like if you have a country that's like, out in the something that Trump would perhaps refer to as a particular kind of country. I already expect like ridiculous policies, like what the fuck, like of course, but like whatever. But this is the Netherlands, right? This is like a supposedly self-claimed civilized country, and somebody in the Netherlands who runs the Olympic Committee thought it'd be a good idea to put this guy, who did like the most horrific thing you can think of, to represent their country, and no, I guess to get to the broader point of just like, should we forgive this crime? I don't like when people like this. A lot of people have this conception of criminal justice, like, oh, like as long as you serve whatever time the government gives you, what, clean slate, you're all good. But that's like a ridiculous conception, right? If we can set whatever sentence we want, we can set not only a prison sentence, we can also set other limitations for life, right? If you commit a violent crime and you're a violent felon, you can't own a gun for life.
Or maybe if you're the United States.
Yeah, I mean, not according to the law, but I mean, I wouldn't necessarily oppose a law prohibiting violent felons from becoming president in the United States.
In general?
Not felons in general, but violent felons specifically, because that's what we prevent people from owning guns to do, right?
I couldn't have my job if I had any type of felony.
Well, sure. So you're already in favor, or I guess you acknowledge that there's plenty of circumstances in which even after like a sentence,
I'm for ban
we still have restrictions on what people can do. I think, especially when it comes to this crime, like if you commit one of these crimes, you should be prohibited from being around children. You should be prohibited from working in daycare. Honestly, so here, Lactoid's perfect world. If this guy wouldn't get out of prison based on what he did, okay? But let's assume like maybe something like less egregious. Well, no, I have a forced labor for life, but that's a different question. But when it comes to like somebody who does something like less egregious, there's a study from South Korea that indicates that castration is like very effective at reducing recidivism rates. So I mean that could potentially be a solution as well. But like this idea of, oh, they're out, they're perfectly normal. This guy's not normal. This is the same person that decided to do that. This person is not normal. They got a 13-month prison sentence, and then afterwards they didn't show remorse. In fact, they were condemned by the judge, and they were condemned by the office, like the UK Office Against Child Exploitation, because of his comments after release was just like, throwing the blame away and trying to like protect his id, because that's all these people care about. It's just like immediate gratification. Because
yeah. So Corey, so you were asking if there's any crimes that you think people can come back from, and I think my opening was like, if once again 100% convictions is only my only real issue, is that we don't get it right 100% of the time, but. So like, do you think? So for if my hypothetical goes for 100%, if someone is a rapist, a murderer, a torturer, or like they enslave people, do you think any of these people should be able to make a comeback? So those are my four that I think you can't come back from. Anything less than that, I can have some leeway.
But like those rape is weird. Not in this specific case, but I'm saying rape can be strange.
Nope, I'm once again, it's with 100% conviction, this person did that crime.
No, yeah, absolutely certainty. But he's saying that there's a spectrum of rape there.
I'm saying they're like,
the bad one. This is clearly on one side of the spectrum.
The bad one. The bad one.
I'm not applying it to this case. I'm saying that you use rape. And
if we can just agree that it's non-consensual upon the person.
You're saying violent rape.
No, non-consensual.
Like even if
If you drug someone, it may not be violent, but it's still
Yeah.
like,
That
you
is
know,
absolutely violent to
talking
drug
about
somebody.
awkward interactions, awkward
no,
sexual.
I'm not talking about awkward
not
interactions. That's why I'm being very
What about-
specific when I use the word.
There's edge cases we can argue, but in this particular case, it's not an edge
Talking about
case.
the particular case.
Oh,
He's talking
but this
about-
is what the topic.
I'm
right?
clarifying right now that no edge cases. I'm talking just like the one that we
Wait,
all
wait,
agree on.
But hold on. This would statutory rape would be included. Ali, or
Yeah,
no?
obviously it would be included.
Obviously,
But that's not violent. No, but you said.
I don't think
said
violence has anything to do with it. Violence isn't my
You
my.
said
goal.
violence-
It's
Like,
absolutely
It's like a
violent.
Oh my god! It was very. I
17-year-old,
picked
19,
four very
like-
specific
I
words.
understand. Well, listen, what I'm trying
That'd
to
be an
say
edge
is,
case.
in your world, 19
No, don't please
I'm asking.
please take back what you said when you said that statutory rape isn't violent. Please,
Yeah,
retract.
that's really violent.
Oh god!
Like fucking a child that
Put your
can't
titties up.
consent to
Is that
sex
it?
Yeah.
is absolutely
So-
violent.
Hold on. You might not be understanding where I'm coming from, because I'm saying 18 and
I don't
17.
care where you're coming from.
Okay, because then shut up if you don't care where I'm coming from, because I'll be able to explain it, and then you maybe have a different opinion based on explanation. Because what I'm saying is, it might not be the case that all statutory rape is violent if you consider 18 and 17-year-olds having sex as statutory
Violent.
rape.
That's not statutory rape.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm
then,
not saying every state doesn't have. Romeo
therefore,
and Juliet.
That's gonna be a Romeo and Juliet
okay,
situation.
so
every
what I'm
state doesn't have
so
that.
what I'm asking is, define statutory rape for me, because I'm under the impression that
no
anybody
edge cases,
above
guys. I'm never talking about edge
We
cases.
already said we
I
weren't
used
talking
four
about edge
specific
cases.
terms.
Okay.
She was 12. She was 12.
Yeah.
This is not an edge case. This is a
Corey, I feel like
12-year-old.
you understood where I was coming
Wait,
from.
what did it cut off?
Statutory
The
rape.
obvious
I don't
answer-
care.
We can investigate
It
where the
doesn't-
actual we can investigate where the actual cutoff is, where we all think it should be. But I'm hoping that all of us here agree that 12 is below the cutoff.
Yeah,
by
no,
far.
no. Yeah.
Great.
Even
Yeah,
at
but-
19,
Corey,
like,
but
yeah,
he-
100%.
But he's
So-
not
I think
talking
he
about
can be
one
redeemed.
case.
He's
talking
asking a
about-
question.
Oh my god,
category.
I'm talking very
Hardcore.
specifically. I think Corey got it. Corey gets what I'm saying. I think most people do. So, like, once again, out of those four cases, no edge cases, very specific, 100% certainty. Like, do you think anyone that commits any of those four specific, no edge cases, just certain, like, whatever? Them,
And
they
you
can
have absolute certainty that they
Yes.
convicted it. I have like
Yes.
the video confirmed
Correct.
footage.
Yeah,
And you're for
do
like
you-
murder. If you go through the
murder, torture, slavery, rape. I think those four you can't come back from. I don't think there's any
Pretty horrific
Yeah.
crimes.
So
I disagree with that.
I would
Okay,
say
so
with
Corey, do
murder
you think he-
specifically. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's hard for me to like make it like an absolute. Like I lean towards like you probably can't, but like I would leave the door open. Not that I ever think murder
Yeah,
is
so
ever
then- so then
justified.
what would-
but-
Should you represent a country in the Olympics if you've done
I
one
don't
of
think
those
Corey
things?
cares about the Olympics. Should you be able to walk around in the streets?
I'm going with
So-
football, Olympics, just ban them all.
My question would be, what
Oh,
would
come
you need?
on, don't
What would
just
you
cop
need?
out.
What would you? So for me, I don't think these people should be able to walk in the
Remorse.
streets and see sunlight and like enjoy a nice day in the park. I don't think any of those people should be able to do that. For you, what is like what gets you to, I guess, forgive or allow these people to just like come back? Where's like
Yeah, that's a really good question that I probably don't have a satisfying answer to. Where
Mm-hmm.
like clearly there are people that cannot be rehabilitated. Okay, they're just like essentially a lost cause.
they just committed a crime and they were convicted for it. I don't know if they can or can't be I'm saying they can't be. You're saying they might be able to be.
Yeah, well that's so. And as far
How
as
the
I know,
fuck do you know, Ali, that they can't?
no, if
Oh, I
you
don't.
just-
Oh, because the crime they
if-
committed
if-
was so
if-
heinous that I don't
if-
care.
And is it worth it to
you're
risk
wrong.
it?
Corey,
You're just wrong then.
you want to say something?
It's
Why
not
is he
worth
wrong
it to
then?
risk
Yeah, why
it.
is it worth
He's
the risk?
objecting. He just admitted he doesn't care what he's right. He just admitted that he's
Yeah, I
wrong.
still think
No,
it's
that
right.
doesn't mean
I
he's
still
wrong.
think it's right. I don't care
He
if it's
just
wrong.
said.
No,
He
he
just said
said- hold on.
I was wrong for saying that they can't, because I actually don't know,
No, he
because
said
I
he
actually
I
don't
doesn't
never
care.
said I was
No,
wrong.
he said
I
he
never
doesn't
once said I
care.
was wrong.
Okay,
Hold
so
on,
how
hold
do you know you're right, Ali? Answer that question.
Because he doesn't give a
I
shit.
think
They did
I'm right.
something
I
so
believe
bad.
I'm right. I don't care if I
How
am
do
right
you-
or wrong.
What evidence do you have that makes you reasonable to
A normal
believe
person
that-
wouldn't commit that heinous crime. Someone who commits a crime that heinous, in my mind, is out of the mind of a normal person. Therefore, I don't believe these people can be rehabilitated
And
just
it
by
doesn't
sitting in
matter.
timeout.
That's
It
not
doesn't
even
matter if
that's
they
my
can be
answer.
rehabilitated.
that rationale. I hope you understand that rationale is a non sequitur, because just because you aren't normal doesn't mean you're maintaining your non-normalcy status for the rest of your life. That is a non sequitur. right?
It doesn't matter if they can rehabilitate, though. They shouldn't get the chance to.
That's
I think that's what
different.
he's trying to
Ghost,
say.
we're not talking about whether or not they get the
But we
opportunity.
absolutely are.
Here,
No,
answer you're looking for. No, I'll give you the answer you're looking for.
I was talking to Ali about his absolute stance.
In this country,
yeah,
fine. In most countries, when you go to jail, there isn't a great rehabilitation. There isn't a great reassimilation program. Usually, you're going to jail. You're spending a little bit of time out in a prison cell.
Ironically, the Dutch actually do have a good one.
Yeah, so in the nations where they have great rehabilitation,
18 months.
So Ali, in nations where they have great rehabilitation systems, would that affect?
I don't believe there's great rehabilitation
why are you bringing up something that doesn't matter even to your argument?
I don't believe there's great rehabilitation programs for fucking little kids.
I just think
I don't know what's the rehabilitation. Why would it matter?
That's the whole topic.
No. Why does it matter? Why are you bringing up rehabilitation programs where it doesn't even matter to you, Ali, whether or not there is such a program is a good one or not, because you don't even believe in, like, fundamentally, philosophically.
Yes, I don't believe they can be rehabilitated, therefore should not be back into society. I don't believe there's a
bringing up programs doesn't matter.
I don't think there are programs.
Other people, and you got to bam.
I think that the big difference here between people and where me and Dream come to our decision, our position is. Well, I'm not gonna speak for Dream, but where I think that you guys come to your positions is it's a fundamental belief in what prisons, what happened, what should happen to people who do these crimes, and it comes on if you believe in the concept of just trying to, if you believe in rehabilitation as a concept, or if you believe that like prisons exist to punish people, and if your goal is around no, these people deserve to be punished, then you're not really interested in whether or not that like they could be better people, because it doesn't matter if they're a better person, they should be punished. Then the punishment should continue.
No, it's about people safe though. That's where I'm coming from.
It's not about people.
No, hold on. I have a hypothetical.
It is part of it.
Sure. We can get to that. Like the reason I don't think that is because, and again, it's not even an edge case. Like an 18-year-old can get involved in gang violence and commit what we clear down the line consider a murder, and that person at 37 is like we have every piece of data tells us, and it could have been a murder of someone, like he could have had like a legitimate motive for why he committed that murder. Like, and
it wouldn't be murder.
It would be murder. Having a motive doesn't mean it's legal.
Yeah.
Hold on. We have to back up.
No, we don't have to back up. I'm going to move forward with the end of my statement. We have no reason to believe at 37 that this person who's shown nothing but growth in their
that's
in their
not
life.
true.
Well, the other person wasn't allowed to grow. The other person that they killed wasn't allowed to grow. That's enough of a reason.
Exactly, because you believe they should be punished again, but you're not.
Yeah, why wouldn't I believe they should be punished?
I'm just speaking to the idea of people saying they're like, oh, I just don't want to let them out because I think they're still dangerous and violent. I'm saying I'm saying that people are lying when they say that. The reality is they have a value related to punishment.
Yeah, I'm just judging.
Don't hold on very quick. I don't want Ghostie's point. I don't want Ghostie's point to get yelled over. So very quick. There are three. And Lactoid, you can back me up when it's your turn as well. Right? In basic criminal justice, there are typically three main categories. Well, it gets broken down into more subtypes. But what Ghostie said is absolutely what she had stated as a justification, and we all dismissed it. I didn't, but everyone was yelling over dismissing it. Like, yes, some of us care about justice as our primary case. Yes, some of us care about rehabilitation, right? But safety of the citizenry and keeping them off of the streets, right, is also a primary justification for the reason of housing criminals. And everyone acted like what she said was crazy or that wasn't her opinion. Like, no. Fuck that. That was her opinion, and it's a perfectly valid one.
Of course it is. No one disagrees that the primary reason for imprisonment is safety. Nobody's going to disagree with that. The whole point that I've been bringing up,
literally all did and screamed over, but okay.
Some people will disagree with that.
Okay, Bam disagrees.
We have minutes left. We gotta get some people in. Gibbs and
okay. Can I real quickly? Okay, Gibbs. Sorry.
Gibbs. Want to go first?
Yeah, so I mean, I actually was going to talk about Ghostie's point as well about the safety aspect. Yes, one, I do disagree with y'all's Dreams and Bam's idea of the rehabilitation of what prison's for. And this is why I don't think
I didn't say that.
Yeah, All right, thanks. Anyway, so back to what we were talking about. So when I was I definitely disagree with rehabilitation as a concept for the prisons. Ollie brings up a point. When he says I don't care, he's absolutely correct. That's actually the opinion that I have. That's what the opinion we should have. Because when it comes down to this, it is about keeping people safe in the perpetuity, right? There's a reason why, when we look at statistics, people that commit crime seem to be the ones who keep committing crime. It's a recurring thing. There's a reason why we have a sex offenders list. Why? Because guess what? You're more likely to get diddled by a previous sex offender that's done it before than you are by, Joe Schmo walking down the street. That's why we don't allow
sex offenders is a separate thing, though.
Hold on. That's why we don't allow them within 500 feet of a school or whatever. That's why you can find them on a fucking app. It's amazing. All right. So they're on a list. We have them on a list. You get put on a list. You don't want to get put on a list. It's a bad thing, right? It's pretty simple. I don't know why this is a crazy concept to go, hey, maybe we shouldn't have convicted sex offenders going to be representing a country that's as their best and brightest. If the best and brightest your country can present is a registered sex offender,
on the international stage.
Yeah, on the international stage, and y'all's argument is we rehabilitated them. Fuck you. That's ridiculous. There's just
how
ideas
Rittenhouse cross state borders. That's a bigger problem than crossing country.
Yeah,
borders
it's just crazy to me that we're gonna sit here and go, oh, okay, it's okay to diddle kids as long as they're from another country. We're gonna allow this guy to compete. It's just outrageous. I just don't know how y'all can sit here on y'all's high horses and sit here and act like y'all are morally superior. We're gonna let these guys rehabilitate and join society. Whenever the only thing that should be done to them is castration and then throw them in a meat grinder. Because if you're doing these kind of terrible things, fuck you, you're a terrible person. There's no reason you should be diddling little kids. There's no reason you should be torturing people to death. There's no reason you should be committing murders and then just going, oh, unclaimed. Maybe you get life imprisonment, but that's why I believe in the death penalty. If you're over here committing a murder, guess what? You took a life, you lose yours. It's really that simple. And guess what? When they're dead, they don't reoffend. Holy shit, what a concept.
100%.
It's common sense. I just don't know why we're sitting here throwing common sense out like it's the baby with the bathwater.
Because the recidivism rate is 0% from the grave.
I disagree with it, but it was honest. I just don't like the pussyfooting.
Just because
I'm not pussyfooting around.
I agree.
Just because you've done something bad doesn't mean that bad thing that you've done that's
it does.
It
doesn't
have to define. For example,
that's because all you're judging is the one thing the person did.
For example.
Okay, I got you after.
For example, I have cheated on my ex before. I should not be labeled as a cheater forever. It doesn't make any sense,
cheater.
Especially if
once you cheat, you're a cheater forever.
No. In terms
I'm the most toxic one here saying that. That's the rule.
I don't give a fuck about what you're saying. I'm in the middle of I don't give a fuck what you're saying right now. I'm in the middle of talking.
Well,
I'm in the middle of talking. I don't care about I'm in the middle of talking.
We'll let him finish. I see your hand. Scott. There's Lactoid, Scott, Ali. Yeah.
Right, and especially let's say I did something when I was in middle school and I bullied a kid or I made fun of who he is as a person, like his identity, and I was racist. Maybe let's say that. It doesn't mean that it doesn't make sense for me to maintain that label of racist or whatever negative thing for the rest of my life. Meaning that people can change doesn't mean that people always do change. Meaning that you don't know whether or not somebody has changed until you do some type of test to see with a high degree of confidence that person has changed. And until you see that is where I'm saying that it makes sense. Once somebody actually does change and you have a high confidence that they have, then what purpose do you have? Because it's not safety anymore, Ghost. Do you have to continue to put this person in there unless you're obviously of the absolute idea there are just certain crimes that you should be killed for and put in prison for the rest of your life, where I don't think there's an absolute on that.
Okay.
Let's go Lactoid.
Okay. A couple things I wanted to point out. First of all, just so we're clear, we're talking about how much he's reformed. After his release in 2017,
Lactoid, I agree with you. This
hey,
you've already addressed this. No one to hear.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
Oh my God, you're just gonna ramble for no reason.
Bam does disagree with me.
Bam, you agree that this guy is reformed?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
So you said before that he was.
I don't care. Yeah, but I'm saying I don't know.
You don't care if he is reformed or not?
No, because there's other countries with laws that are in the Olympics that can let them F-12-year-olds. So that's what I'm saying.
So just to be clear, let me just make this perfectly succinct then.
We just
So let's say this was like, I don't know, like
Apparently
Olympics
two wrongs do make.
Well, yeah, wait. Let's say this was like Olympics during Nazi Germany. Like, oh well, the Nazis killed Jews, and maybe I killed a few Jews, but should I be able to represent America?
If the Nazis are in there, yeah, it will be consistent. It will be. I don't think it's bad, but what am I going to judge the event? Like the event,
killing Jews is bad. It's not a brave stance, bro.
Correct. Sure it is. That's what I said.
Okay,
He's not talking from his personal opinion. He's talking.
So when we're
talking one way, it has to be allowed the other way.
Not necessarily.
No, he's saying.
Well, I disagree with what he's saying. I think that's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine to like morally condemn all actors, and then also especially morally condemn somebody that you wouldn't expect this behavior from. Right? It's perfectly fine to condemn the Netherlands for thinking that it was a good idea to put this guy up here. It was a horrible decision on their part. Going back to something that Ghosty was talking about, there's generally 5 interests that come with punishment: retribution, incapacitation, deterrence, rehabilitation, and reparation. Okay. I know, Bam, that you said you didn't really care about the retribution part. I agree. That's actually like that's the least important one in my opinion. However, incapacitation is critically important, making sure that somebody's in a cage, that they can't actually come out and hurt other people. Pedophilia specifically has a high recidivism rate. It's important to keep these people in a place where they're not going to go out and diddle more kids because it has a very high repeat offender risk. In fact, that study from South Korea that I referenced, it dropped when you castrate them. You drop the estimated recidivism risk from 50%, half of them doing it again, down to 1%, which is a considerable drop once you chop their balls off.
I don't want to be we're talking about. But would he be like? I don't want to. I hate when we do that thing. But it's weird when you appeal to an actual study on pedophilia. Do you have to deal with the idea if he's actually a pedophile? Like he can be gross. Like he can.
Well, the study is referencing people that are in jail.
Specifically
it's not a clinical study.
Is it just people who have
he would be in that category as well?
So hold on, let me be very clear. Okay, I'm talking about people who have had sex with a minor, specifically those people.
Okay, I just
if we're talking about like non-offending pedophiles, we can have a conversation as to like what the best way to help them.
Like actual 6-year-olds.
He's talking about like
the attraction to
prepubescent.
Yeah, I think if you fuck a 12-year-old, you have some attraction to prepubescent kids.
Technically, it's a hemophile.
No, if you
the wood chipper.
Wait. You don't think it's necessarily? Wait. Gibbs.
2 cents takes care of all of them.
Bam. Yeah. You don't think it's true that if you have sex with a 12-year-old, you have some level of pedophilia, some level of attraction to children? Obviously, you had the attraction to a child because you raped one, or not you, but this guy did. Obviously,
I think I don't know. And I'm just gonna be
honest.
Why
else would you be attracted?
I'm not appealing to. I'm not like trying to be PC right now. I'm just being honest. Like a 12 when it comes to young girls hit puberty at different ages. She could have absolutely looked like a child, but she could have had early developments of puberty. And when you're talking about a 19-year-old, like you're talking about someone that could still be in high school. So I'm saying she could look like someone that she could look like.
I think sexual attraction is not just physical, it's also mental. If you know that she's 12 and you choose to have sex with her anyway, you are, at least to some degree, a pedophile, right? And more importantly, you're a child rapist. But you cut me off a little bit because what I was going to say is rehabilitation, reparation are the other 2 interests we have in punishment. Leaving aside retribution, I think those other 4, incapacitation, deterrence, rehabilitation, and reparation, or really, we can leave aside rehabilitation for a second. Just incapacitation, deterrence, and reparation. Those 3 are enough, in my opinion, to punish child sex offenders for the rest of their life, right? We want to deter this behavior substantially. We want to make sure that they are watched and they're incapacitated from being around children. And we want to be taking their money and making them work so we can make the child's life better, okay? That's what I think we should be doing here. But what we don't do, what we should do it for any crime, but especially these crimes, because
we should never let anyone out.
No, that's not true, because not every crime is this bad, right? You can have some crimes like jaywalking where it's like, yeah, a $5 fine is fine. You haven't demonstrated yourself to be like a black, horrific moral character just because you happen to like cross the street, as opposed to this guy who raped a 12-year-old 3 times, with the point where she was physically injured. He got her drunk first, and she has psychological damage after the fact. Everything bad that you can think of, besides maybe pregnancy, everything bad you can think of that happened here.
This isn't a debate over whether it's bad or not. This is a debate over.
She got the plan B.
No. This is a debate about, oh, well, Lactoid, you want this guy to be punished for life. Why not punish every crime for life? Well, not every single crime deserves the same punishment. Some crimes are worse than others. This happens to be within the category of crimes that are so horrific. These happen to exist within the category of crimes that are so horrific that we want to dramatically incapacitate this person because we don't want them doing it again. We want to deter other people from doing it, so we got to make an example out of them for the rest of society, so they know what happens if you do this shit. And in my opinion, we should be putting them to work to make this child's life a little bit easier and help them cope with the therapy, the cost of therapy that they might need.
My disagreement is this: I don't think you can. I don't think violent crime would those things not apply to. Are there non-violent
like a bar fight? I don't think
basic assault, like a small
robbery.
Hold on. I'm not saying no. You understand that I'm not talking about the very least for reforms of violent crime. I'm saying that there's obviously an intermediary besides those 4 you listed and those like slap on the wrist and stuff. There's like things in between that I want to know that where you're okay.
Okay, I see we're getting confused. I see we're getting confused. Okay, so these 5 interests, they can apply to every crime, but just in different degrees, right? This is why we have different degrees of crime. So you're right. We do have an interest in deterring jaywalking to some extent, which is why we give a $5 fine. However, it's not that big of an interest in society right now because jaywalking is not that bad. So we don't really care to destroy someone's life to deter that behavior, because if they do it again, kind of sucky, but not a big deal.
I don't think that your logic. Wait a minute. I was referring to, for example,
please just calm down for a second, because you're getting unintelligible, and then people are trying to respond to you.
Well, Lactoid responded to something that I wasn't referring to. So I want to make it clear.
Do you want to real quick?
Wait, let me finish my breakdown. Because this is the last thing I'll have to say.
I don't want a meta conversation, Fabian. I just want to go with it.
Well, you need one because you're wild.
Bam,
cool.
Make your
I think it's wild not to answer a question.
Oh my God, Bam.
The last thing I was curious. I don't think that you can appeal to the things you're appealing to without accounting, like what you're saying, like some things are worse than others, and without dealing with that concept of the punitive measure, like the punishment. Like I don't think you can decide that like this person should never get out without accounting for some element of human punishment.
Whoa, real quick before anybody else jumps in. What do you mean by accounting for that element of human punishment?
Like, because you said that let's disregard like the punitivity, or use some word as one of the 5. You said that you think that's the least important one.
So I think that I just to be clear, when I said retribution, this is
sure.
This is the interest of.
Let me just finish it,
You're misunderstanding the word. Punitive and retribution are 2 entirely different concepts.
Okay.
Retribution is the interest in just punishing somebody for justice's sake. Punitive could be referred to like, oh, that's harsh. You can be incredibly harsh and not care about retribution one bit.
Okay, so this is retribution then. I'm saying the punishment. I'm saying dealing with the concept of punishment. I don't think that you can. I don't think you are allowed to. I don't think you can that you can account for that while without dealing with the concept of retribution. Because if you're not dealing with the concept of retribution. If you don't account for retribution, then you have to take into account, like for society's sake, you have to deal with the statistical likelihood of this person actually committing the crime again. Like there's someone. Wait a minute. There's someone who can do a crime that we don't consider that bad in society, but if we know that they're going to continue to do it, then they still shouldn't be allowed to society. Like if someone, like we take that jaywalker. If there's a guy that every time he gets out, he's going to the middle of the street, and like I don't know, he has like some mental thing that leads him back to the middle of the street. At a certain point, jaywalking's not that bad, but we have to we have to permanently remove you from society. Like so
you're saying you believe in 3 strike rules.
But hold on, but this wouldn't be retribution. This would be like probably incapacitation, right? With our interest here is one of incapacitation. Yes, you have to justify each one of these, and then we're going to say, look, it's not like you're doing something terrible. We don't feel super good about this, but like you just can't stop jaywalking. We're going to have to put you in a cage. Sorry, right? That's like the reaction there. It's not retribution. It's not justice based. It's just like, fuck, you're just not getting it. Like
No,
you're just
I
not
agree. I
understanding.
agree with
Yeah,
that. That's
exactly.
that whole
Right.
thing. But I'm saying with the child sex thing, or any crime we consider to be one of the bad ones. Like I said,
Super horrific. Yeah.
if a kid was if a kid was 18, he was in the gang, he got into a gunfight in the gang. Like we have no reason to believe that he's a serial killer. It's like, oh God, this person isn't going to be able to stop
Yeah, but if
murdering.
he kills a
He-
6-year-old,
Justice
hold on.
goes to someone's
If he
life.
shoots, hold on.
He doesn't have to be.
Context matters, like I
that's
said from
fine.
the beginning.
No, hold on. Let's
really
look at that
doesn't.
example you
No.
gave. Say he does a drive-by and he kills
Of course
like a
context
6-year-old,
matters.
missing the other person. He deserves to go to jail for the maximum amount because he killed an innocent that was sleeping in their
Sure,
bed.
but and you come
even
to
if
that
they're not
and
a
you come to
serial
that
killer.
place from a place of like retribution. That's how you come to that conclusion.
No,
I'm
you
saying
come
that-
to no.
I'm saying you can't come to that
You come to
conclusion
that
without
sort of a
concept of
punitive
retribution.
shit from a
If you're- if the-
societal
if the
punitive
only
aspect.
concept
I mean,
you're thinking
Gibbs
about
might be
is
coming
like-
to that from a place of retribution potentially.
I'm just saying that
Personally,
if the only thing you're considering is like, oh, okay, is this person still gonna like is society gonna be safe with him outside at like 65, pretending that he's the same person at 16? That's not like you didn't come to that place from like a statistical likelihood.
No, wait,
You came to
here.
that place from a place of like
My primary interest for this situation, because he was put on the Olympic team and because he was broadcast to the world, the main reason I'm mad is actually not necessarily about retribution, because obviously these crimes happen all the time and I don't spend every second of every day freaking out about it like I do about this one. My primary interest here is one of deterrence. I don't like the idea of people looking at this person and thinking, oh, it'll be okay, this guy did it and he was still able to become an Olympic athlete. It should be in the minds of every citizen, it should be in the minds of every human being on this planet that they know if they do this and they're caught, their life is over. It is done. There is no coming back from this. There is no Olympic gold medal. You don't get your picture on a cereal box that kids eat from. You don't get any of that shit. It is over. And if that's drilled in people's heads enough, maybe they might not do it as much.
Okay. See, okay, I can accept that. I disagree with the value of deterrence. Like, I think people overestimate it, but that's just me personally. Like,
Yeah,
I don't think that 10 years in prison does something significantly less than 20 years in prison.
Yeah, the
Okay,
highest
Scott
correlation for like
Nolly,
not committing a
we
crime
have
is like
very
their
little
likelihood
time
of
to
being
Scott
caught.
Nolly.
That's the point. You're right. That's like the highest correlation, but there is still a correlation when it comes to deterrence. The more you punish somebody, the less likely other people.
Or actually, a higher correlation with just thinking it's not okay from the first place.
Okay, so let's go. The Scott and Ali. So we can wrap it up.
Yeah. So I didn't think that I would have to do this, and I hate being the libertarian doing this, right? I mean, it does need to be cleared up because there's confusion here about this concept of pedophilia as a paraphilic disorder. And as probably the only person here that's deeply read in the literature, psychopathy. So yes, it is true that if someone is prepubescent, and that is what they are attracted to, they are a pedophile, and that someone that is within the early throes of puberty, that is known as a hebophile, and someone that is in the later stages of puberty, if you are attracted to those people, that's a phebophilia. That's a phebophile, right? But in all three of these sections, we are talking about people who are specifically sexually attracted and have a compulsion towards a group of people that are incapable of consent because they are still young, undeveloped boys and girls. So it is true, yes, that this person could look like a 16-year-old and could be in the middle of puberty, and this person isn't technically a pedophile. The reason we don't use these other terms is because for most of us, it is a distinction without a difference. Because in all cases, we are talking about someone that is sexually attracted to people that are not mentally capable of consenting to sex, and these people have a compulsion to the degree that it drives them towards heinous crimes. And so yes, we may think it's worse that it's a 12-year-old than a 16-year-old, and that conversation gets a little bit weird. But nevertheless, this is someone, like, they may be incredibly developed, but obviously mentally, as Ghosty, I believe, pointed out, I could be wrong, but mentally, they are of the mind of a 12-year-old because they are a 12-year-old, right? Obviously, some 12-year-olds are going to be a little bit more mature, and some are going to be a little bit less mature. It's arbitrary at the end of the day. So I just clearing that up, set that aside, so that people get that going forward, that it's a problem anyways. But as libertarians are concerned with law, libertarians take two of the five domains of law, and we kind of ignore the other three as far as we're concerned. Libertarian philosophy in law is based upon only two things: retribution and restitution, right? And as far as I am concerned personally, restitution must be paid for any crime that you commit. Now, when we are talking about a rape of a child, or when we are talking about murder, under most circumstances, that retribution is either lifelong imprisonment or death. And the reason I come to that conclusion specifically for murder is, let's say you murder someone, and let's say there was a machine that existed that you could walk into and it would kill yourself, but it would bring back to life the person that you murdered. There is no logical argument that the person can make that they ought not be forced to step into that machine to bring back the life they took. So the only logical form of retribution in that regard is to murder them, or at the very least, in order to maintain, due to the wishes of the family of the victims or the victim themselves, when we're talking about child rape, would be to lifelong imprisonment in the terms of restitution. But even if we let this person out of prison, even if we say your debt to society is paid and we've decided that 20 years is enough, right? Some of you guys are absolutely right that rehabilitation is possible for many people, right? And some of these people can even become heroic. You can have someone that was a young man with a fucked up mind that may have been trapped in gang violence, that had a fucked up childhood, and et cetera, and they realize the error of their ways, and they can even become a pillar in the community in trying to stop gang violence and trying to stop other people, and society might even be considered consequentially better off. But the problem with this is that you are accounting for that reality, as opposed to understanding that reputation is not something society has. People do not have a reputation within society. We can look at the current political landscape and we can say, well, how do Republicans look at the reputation of Kamala Harris, or Democrats look at the reputation of Donald Trump, and vice versa? It's held in the individual mind. The individual chooses how they view that person and what their reputation is. And so when you are a nation state and you are going to put someone up as a pillar of your nation, as a hero to be admired, as someone to represent your culture, your food, your values, in many ways, your racial identity, right? All of these things that make what it means to be Dutch. And that person has committed heinous crimes. It is beyond the pale, because it is obvious that that it ought not be, that your community has a high reputational view of someone that is in that degree. But I do understand the frustration, because for many people here, the reputation of a murderer in their mind is that a murderer is a murderer is a murderer. And to some of you, the situation in which I explained, where there are people that have done right, turned their lives around, and made their communities better, is something that these people seem to be disregarding. And all I can say is that what I said already, which is that it is an individual opinion about you have that. So if we're going to live in a society where we put people away and we say they serve their time, you still have to recognize that it is my right, it is Ollie's right, it is Lactoid's right to have in their mind that a murderer is a murderer is a murderer, and to not associate with them and to be disgusted by them. And you have to accept that you can't make them or demand that they participate in a system where these people are given more chances by them, because that's infringing upon their liberty and their right and their community and their family.
Ollie,
Donald Trump is a civilly liable rapist.
So earlier when I said I don't care,
that's what you got after that?
I don't care if the people can be rehabilitated. It's because we keep talking about you paid your debt to society. Well, society isn't the person who had their kid raped. Society isn't the person who got murdered. Society isn't the person who was enslaved or tortured. That's why I picked these 4 specific ones, because it does something to the person that is lifelong, right? If you murder someone, that person isn't alive. If you rape someone, they're going to deal with a lifelong trauma. With what happened in this situation, he was 19. He went over to another country, raped a 12-year-old. I don't know if it was a handful of years later or whatever it may be, but the girl ended up addicted to pills and ODing. She didn't die. but she's still going to have to deal with that, with the aftermath of what happened with the OD and with the rape and the trauma, and that doesn't go away. Especially with things like torture, enslavement, rape, murder. These things don't go away. You do something that is a lifelong. It is a lifelong thing that you're not going to be able to repay. You're not repaying your debt to the person that you affected in that severe way. I don't care about the debt to society. So when you say like, well, yeah, if there's an 18-year-old kid and he was in a gang and he was murdering people, but at 36 they're fine. Yeah, I don't care if at 36 they're fine. When they were 18 and they were murdering people, the people that they murdered, well, they're dead. They don't get to be 36 and be like forgiven. They're not forgiving the person. The family of the people don't get to look at you and be like, the family of the people who.
So non-murder, and if the family forgives, you're okay then.
No.
Okay, so
really.
demonstrate. Okay, then tackle the meat. Tackle that meat, please. Pause.
I don't need to. Because the overwhelming majority of families aren't going to forgive.
Okay, I don't want to forgive every single one of these murderers and rapists. I'm asking you if, in your world, I'm asking you, right? Because you were absolute about this, so I'm giving you.
In my world, no. If you murdered people when you were 18 and you're 40, and the family of the people you murdered forgive you,
why are you bringing up something that doesn't even? It's not even relevant to you.
Because for the overwhelming majority of the case,
the overwhelming majority
you're like
of the time, viewer right now.
Forgiveness isn't a part of that process. You are not typically going to be forgiven. So when I'm talking about when these 4 are committed in general public, we know that these 4 are non-forgivable, heinous crimes, and they leave lifelong effects. So when you rape someone and then you're out in the street in 3 years, 5 years, and you're still living in the same city or state, or you see the person on TV, or you see the person doing whatever it is because they're now a pillar in their society or in their community, they became famous afterwards. You have to live with the fact that society forgave the people, but you didn't. And that's why I don't think these are forgiven.
Engage with the meat. I'm saying, what if that person who was who had this person in a non-murder cases, obviously this person's alive, actually does forgive the assailant.
Who gives a shit?
Right. And I'm asking Ali because Ali's the one that's making a blanket statement.
For non-murder?
Same blanket statement. Who gives a shit?
Once again, I believe there are lesser crimes with lesser punishments. And
I'm talking about the 4 you named are non-murder. The 4 you named, but not the murder one. So like the 3 you named are non-murder.
Oh, you tortured me.
Enslavement, torture, or rape?
Like what?
Slave, torture, rape. Is it impossible for somebody to forgive somebody that they committed to them, that happened to them? Is it possible?
I don't care about edge cases, man.
Okay, it's only retribution. That's not restitution.
You said there's no exceptions. So I'm saying that if you make a rule with no exceptions, you can't not acknowledge exceptional situations.
What I'm saying is,
I acknowledge that the exception, but I don't make the rule based off the exception. Why would I do that?
Ali,
they're 2 different things.
Ali, I just want to know why you're bringing up something that doesn't matter to you. You're talking about a belief that you don't even hold yourself. You don't care whether or not the family forgives them. You don't.
Oh my God,
there's
they
2
don't.
separate things.
But if they do, you don't care if they do.
Relax.
This is what they were talking about.
So there's 2 different. Hold on. I can actually explain this in a way that I think D1O Dream will understand. These are 2 separate things. When you're talking about whether or not the family forgives them, that's retribution. The family has the right.
That's not Ali's point.
Yeah,
Ali didn't care about any of that. Ali said,
"I don't care."
But why are you answering something that's not addressing what Ali said?
Shush.
You just feel like talking again. This is address what Ali said. Ali said the reason these can't be forgiven isn't none of the 5 things. He said these things can't be forgiven because the families wouldn't forgive it. And then so that's why
that was part of it.
Sure,
once again,
that's what he's saying. Why'd you say that? That's not part of it to you.
Who gives a shit about the 0.01% that does?
Will you shut the fuck up? I'm actually explaining in a substantive way. And you're spurging as well. You're yelling over me to try and get a dunk because you don't have any fucking good arguments to bear. Like, shush.
Scott, go ahead.
Listen,
give it a try.
there are two separate things at play here. When you were talking about retribution, you were talking about the family's right to the sense of justice that equals the crime itself. When you were talking about restitution, you were talking about the individual's right or the individual's ability to argue that they have rights, right? So if I steal a TV, right, that's worth $500, okay? In order for me to say that I have a right to not have my TV stolen, I have to replace the TV. I have to, or the monetary value of the TV, the $500, to give you your TV back. But the person who had the TV stolen from them has the right of retribution to say, hey, give me $500 on top of that. because you stole my fucking
No
TV.
contest.
When you are talking about heinous crimes that take a person's life, so specifically murder,
He said not murder. You're not addressing what's being talked about.
I am Black America Made.
Yes.
You are trying to sound smart, and
no,
you are just
I'm
interrupting
saying
me.
address what's being talked about instead of making your own.
I am
point.
going through it step by step so that your dumbass can understand it, because your fucking IQ is dropping by the second as you keep getting more and more frustrated.
Let him go.
So just relax.
I'm curious
and let
if
me
he's
finish.
actually going to address it. Let's just let him go, Ben.
Right. So when you're talking specifically about murder, as I stated with the whole machine analogy, you got that earlier, right? It is impossible for someone to, like, for retribution in this regard to even matter, because logically speaking, they can't argue that they have a right to their own life because they murdered other lives. The only way that they could argue that back is to give up their own life. Now, when you talk about torture, and when you talk about rape, and when you talk about, what was the other one you gave, sociology? Enslavement,
Like
so like
trafficking.
kidnapping,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Trafficking, etc. Right?
Yeah.
You are talking about a crime that the debt, that in order to argue, right, you have to match the trauma that you have caused, the damage that you have caused, and the damage that you have caused is lifelong. So you could argue that
not
person
inherently.
ought not.
Inherently, yes.
You can
inherently.
argue that person. You can argue that person can't actually be killed, right? You can argue that they can't be put in the wood chipper, but what you can't argue is that they be free to live on society with no payment or debts, because the damage that they caused is continuous and constantly occurring. And then on top of that, you have to double that because the family deserves retribution if they so choose. But in the event that they don't choose and they say, hey, I don't want justice, I forgive them, they still cannot argue that they ought not be raped, that they ought not be tortured, or that they ought not be kidnapped and trafficked, unless they themselves are able to pay that off in some regard. So that paying off in our current society, in our current structure, we utilize that via prison. Lactoid would utilize that with working and giving the money to other people. There are other means that you could potentially do this, but being free to roam in society isn't one of them.
You understand that you didn't contradict anything I've said. I
Literally
agree with
answered your
everything
question.
you said, Fabian. I agree with everything you said. The only disagreement, which is you would understand, is that whether or not something is paid off, whether or not somebody has done what they needed to do to pay off a certain other thing, especially when it's not something like a life, especially when something is not inherent harm.
It is inherent harm. That's where you're going wrong with this. If you are physically damaged,
no, stop, Gibbs.
No, yeah,
you don't
no,
know what the fuck that second half sentence
hold
is.
on. Yeah, but you're wrong already. I don't. Doesn't matter what the second half of your sentence is because it's already wrong. You're already wrong.
You do not know
we need
the
to move it into
second
second
half.
part.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna listen to the second half, and it's gonna be stupid too. All right, go ahead.
It is not inherent or absolutely true that somebody being enslaved or raped or what was the third thing?
You don't think that inherently causes long-term psychological damage?
It is not inherently true that being
You're wrong.
It is not inherently true that the victims of those three necessarily means that you will be traumatized for the rest of your life.
What does it necessarily mean? Wait. What does it necessarily mean? What does it necessarily mean? Do you think that it more? Okay, so if someone is a victim of those three crimes, do you think that what do you think the likelihood that they're like?
You know what inherently necessarily means?
No, I want to argue the inherently thing. Fuck that. Let me talk.
Obviously,
I'm gonna look it up.
Hold on. Let's talk about
obviously, it's not about probability, dumbass. What the fuck
are you
asking?
I'm gonna say inherently. Let's go with this.
What's actually hilarious is that
in a permanent or essential way.
He's wrong. He's absolutely wrong. Say if you physically
essential way.
Yeah,
I'm wrong for saying so. It's impossible. We can never even imagine somebody forgiving a rapist and having not
communicating in kindergarten level.
You can overcome trauma and still have it affect you for the rest of your life.
If you're just talking about, hey, the reason I'm so happy and good right now is because I overcame something. Okay. I understand that, but obviously what I'm saying is...
If you physically sexually assault a child, they probably can't have kids later in life. They're going to be inherently physically damaged the entirety of their life. No matter if they somehow forgive this person.
Admiral, You're giving an
No, no,
example
I'm
of
giving
the
it another
example that
picture.
is absolute.
If I
agree
torture
with
somebody,
Yes,
if I torture somebody for a year and they can't walk no more, guess what?
You're literally giving an
Damage
example where
or
there is permanent damage.
Okay,
You're
okay.
defining the example
Gibbs.
with permanent damage.
guys,
Why are
You're
you letting these
defining-
people
you're
spoke
defining-
out like children?
It's totally
I'm
wrong.
sorry,
Ghost. I
guys.
seriously want to ask Ghost
You
this
got-
question, please.
Last
Ghost,
thing,
can you
because
conceive?
I want to go after that.
Can
I
you
just want to
conceive
leave.
of a world where my current state, even though I was traumatized by the past, I forgive the person that caused this trauma to me and is one of those three things that are not murder. I forgave them, and it currently does not affect me negatively. Can you conceive of that world?
Where it does not affect you negatively.
I overcame it, and I forgive them.
I feel like it's gonna affect you for the rest of your life. It might not.
I could be a better person because of it. Sure, I agree, but negatively currently.
To be honest, like, does what are you arguing that therefore they shouldn't have a debt to repay because people can overcome trauma? Or
can you just answer the
I
question?
feel like
Is it even conceivable to you? Like, can you just imagine? Do you have an imagination that's possible to even conceive of such a world? Ghost, do you have this ability?
Say yes. I want to see where it's going.
Like,
it's okay if you don't have the ability.
Yes, sure.
So in the world where that exists, there has to be something else which is not like the family forgiveness or the current state of this person. You just have to assume, or just like have a principled thing as once committed X crime, therefore you don't deserve any chance because I arbitrarily say so. There's no necessary attachment to anything else.
You don't want other people to do it. You don't want other people to think they can just do something and be like, oh, in a couple years, like I'll just, blah, blah, blah.
She might get over it. Right?
I'm free.
You can have a system of deterrence without for life imprisonment. Is that possible, Ghost?
Yeah, it's a slap on the wrist. Time out.
It would be anything above 25. Anything above
imprisonment?
25 years doesn't offer any additional deterrence anyway.
Well, that's not true.
That's why. I mean, it is. Is it? Do you have a study that shows statistically
yes,
significant?
so I can get it to you. Yes. So
I'm not even trying to argue with you. I actually want to read. I just want to read that after stream.
You're right. So you're right that like there is diminishing returns. It's basically like a I forget the fucking name of the graph, but it's like
graph. Yeah,
it's like a flattening kind of graph.
But it's like an asymptote, so it's never zero.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. No, I could see that.
But it is reducing. So when D10 before said that like the best way of preventing crime is to have more police, he wasn't wrong about that, right? That actually is much better in terms of preventing crime. But deterrence still has an effect, right? And it's diminishing the more you punish, but there is still a positive deterrence.
I would say the deterrence is probably a collaboration of the two, right? The likelihood of being caught and then what being caught means.
Right.
So
we're talking about the highest, most.
You know what I mean? Like if you're less, if you're like if they have like capital punishment for every crime, but they have like one cop, like then it's not really much of a deterrence because you think you'll get away with it.
You're right.
And vice versa. If you're guaranteed to get caught, but it's only $1,000 fine, it would probably be even stronger deterrent because you know, you are gonna have to pay at some point and you're almost guaranteed. But look, do you want to dream? As much as you're being fucking psycho about this right now, you're not wrong, right?
I know.
Mental resilience is a thing that some people. Well, you're wrong on a lot of other accounts, but on one specific thing, you're definitely
demonstrate it, and I'll
which is mental resilience is an unknown factor that is kind of like it's really confounding to most psychologists currently, right? Like we really don't understand why it is that some people in a household, for example, can have alcoholic parents and they can be, treated roughly the same, have roughly the same experiences. And one of them becomes like a fucked up alcoholic themselves or dies from drug overdose. And then the other person seems to be a relatively healthy, individual that goes off in society. You could even make the argument that that a pure psychopath, right? Someone with the worst of the worst characteristics of antisocial personality disorder would likely suffer zero or very little mental trauma from basically anything that you did to them. Only the physical trauma would actually matter. But the thing about it is it depends upon what justice system you're working within, because if you are in a system where restitution is conceived of as a debt to society, right? And there's an arbitrary concept of what that is. So, we say this crime comes with a punishment of 5 years, right? That is based off of law of averages, right? So having outliers where this person is, this rare type of person isn't actually affected by it, right? Like we're not talking about that one rare person that happens to be okay with it. We're talking about all of those factors as they apply to the average person, and the average person, right, is going to be deeply psychologically traumatized by being raped at especially to the point where it's physically hurt, and they were drugged, and they were a child, right? Like all of those, like for the overwhelming majority of 12-year-olds, that is going to ruin their life. Are there some 12-year-olds that that might not ruin their life in some capacity? Potentially. But
I think the only problem I have is
unlikely.
the absolutism. That's the only problem I've ever had.
Unlikely.
Okay, great.
It might not even ruin your life.
Wait. I want to leave, so I'm going to leave, right? But you guys can keep talking. I'm going to read out to our friend. I'm assuming he's streaming, Admiral Gibbs, right?
I am streaming.
All right, because we love Admiral Gibbs, and Admiral Gibbs is fantastic, and he impressed us today. So we're gonna send you guys off to him. You guys can continue on over there. Thanks for everyone who came through. I hope you subscribed or followed or whatever the fuck. I don't know. But I'm done for tonight. And this was fantastic. All right.